stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Hey, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality, or if this is your first time here.
Welcome to Criminality.
Welcome to Criminality. I'm like, I don't even know what I already said. See, this is what happens. You can't take any breaks. You just forget the whole spiel. So thank you guys for being here. I am happy to say that we were given the deposition of Jerry Holeman that took place in August of 2023. 2023, right?
Yeah, before the Franks memo came out,
Before
like a month
the Franks
before.
memo came out. This is like where all the photos and all the things are said to have been that got leaked out to the public. So I want to say thank you to Andy Kopsa. If you guys missed her live stream, she was just on for about an hour going over some highlights of the most outrageous pieces of this deposition. So if you're looking for that, like highlights of it, please make sure to go watch that live. Sleuthy and I, or Lieutenant Jerry Holeman and I, the all-inclusive lawyer, will be reading the entire transcript. So we won't be just like highlighting certain parts, but obviously, you know us, we will stop it as we deem fit to rant, rave, say the things that we need to say. So thank you guys for being here. This is should no redactions, so that should be good. So woman can not be redacted today if she doesn't want to. She can be unredacted. So let me say hi to people in chat real quick, and I'm not going to be able to say hi throughout the whole time, so I just want to make sure that you guys know if I miss you, I love you. Thank you guys for being here. The reason I'm kind of hurrying is because it is almost 300 pages, and I'd like to be able to get through it tonight. So
we're going to keep going until I'm falling asleep. That's what we're going to do.
So it's obviously much later for Sleuthy than it is for me, so I just want to stay as much on task as we can, because I don't want her to fall asleep on us and us not be able to get through it. So let me say hi to you guys really quick, and then we're going to get started. So hey KO, what's up Shibby Shibby? Hi Post Punk Mama. Hi Carla. What's up Mav? Please remain redacted, woman. Hi Spugs. Hi Christy. What's up Lindsay? Hey Don't Docs. Hi JJ. Andy says I'm so fucking mad. What's up Trevor?
I haven't even read them all. Like, I haven't even read it all.
Oh, I haven't. wasn't able to get through it all either. Hi, Michael. Where is the DEP going to be publicly available? All Eyes site? Yeah, and then I think somebody will probably either Sleuthy or All Eyes. Somebody will drop a Google Drive on Twitter as well, probably. Just knowing my girls. Hi, The Royal. Hi, Fiend. Hi, Candy. What's up, Sakoki? Hi, Jenny. Donuts. Num, num, num.
Nom, nom, nom. Donuts.
Nom, 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 nom. I fully forgot all about it. Nom, 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 nom. Hi, Queen of the Hill. I am feeling better. I'm still like congested in my head, but I don't have any of the like the fever or the body aches or anything, which is way better. But still, it's not completely gone.
She sounds better, doesn't she?
Yeah, I feel better. I mean, like I said, I feel better. Hi, Tony. Chelsea. Did I say hi to Chelsea already? Hey, Aloha. Hi, Teresa. Redacted. I don't know if I actually said hi to you, but hello. Hello. Grace Space. What's up? Hi, Anna. I'm just seeing who we missed. Michael says, popcorn is popped and Ambien at the ready. That's what it takes to get through it. Hi, Schmeed. Love yas. Hi, Snappy. What's up, Jenny? Hi, Judy. Hi, Salty Sleuth. Oh, God. Grilled cheese. Put fucking Holeman's face on that. It'd be the same thing.
I had to get rid of the comment because you got to get the chicken leg.
You get the weird leg. I saw sir. Yuck.
I'm warning you. If his name comes up in this deposition, I'm popping him on the screen.
Oh, you got to. You got to. Oh, my God, my eye. Only one eye, though, Salty. Only one eye.
That should be an advertisement at the gym, like hanging on the wall for why you don't skip leg day.
Right. He's like, I work out all the time, like at 2 o'clock in the morning, but I don't do anything with my chicken legs.
All that testosterone he had to go like 8 times a day to the gym, it must have been all in his upper body.
It's not even in his upper body. It's not working. No wonder he canceled his gym membership.
Bro, like leg day was always the easiest because my legs are strong. Like they're stronger than my arms.
Oh, guys don't typically like
It's
do
so
leg day.
Weird. It's so
because they want to like look at my muscles in my my t-shirt is so tight. Look
but
at
you
me.
got to have something to hold that up, though.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, this barely looks like it's barely holding him up.
Well, he's got a very tiny lower half. Hi, Tammy. What's up,
All
Steve?
of it from the belly button down.
Yeah. It's on the tinier side. Okay, so let me pull this up on the screen. Like I said, I shouldn't even be laughing yet because we're going to be totally off track if we keep that up.
Yeah, that's true. It's my fault. I shouldn't have put it up there.
Yeah, stop showing pictures.
I will show you, though, Jerry's best friends. These are Jerry's best friends.
Did they go on with the other lady at some point?
I don't know, but they're going to be pissed. They're going to be pissed that Jerry didn't give them this.
Oh, they're going to be like, Jerry, I thought we were friends, man. What happened? Hold on. Oh, fuck. Hold on. Oh, my God. This is great. Woman, this is amazing. Hold on.
Oh, God. Hold
on. I got to send it to sleep.
You guys, it's now been 8 minutes.
God damn it. See? Hi, Four Pits. Four Pits is like, I'm going to make some good shit with that.
I wonder.
Hold on. I gotta grab it from Messenger. Hold on, I'm gonna show you guys. I'm not gonna leave you out, I promise.
I wonder if I can get the whole thing in the avatar.
I don't know if you can, but I'm gonna add it back here anyway, so you can pop the whole thing up on the screen. Oh, get in my belly.
That is what Douglas Carter is willing to walk across shards of hot glass for.
Right.
And then also, technically.
Yes. Hot shards.
All they need to do is add a little bit of the fat from this into this's legs to even them both out a little bit.
They made me fat on the internet. I'm not really fat. They made me fat.
They made me look like Shrek. I don't look like Shrek.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody made something that look like Shrek. Oh, poor baby. Poor baby. Hi, Johnny. Okay, so as we've done with the other depositions, I'm going to be the all-encompassed attorney, and so I will do my best to let you guys know when the attorney switches. It's mostly Rosie, and then Nick kind of pops in every blue moon to make a comment, and then Baldwin comes in closer towards the end. So, and then Sleuthy will be the lovely get in my belly. Get in my belly. So this deposition took place on August 10th of 2023. And it, like I said, is mostly done by Rosie and then a little bit of Baldwin. And also present during the deposition was Matt Hoffman and Max Baker. Hi, ATS. So up here on the top, which we hadn't seen really in the other ones, these are the certified questions. This is essentially what they want people to focus on, like the judge to focus on when they're going through the deposition. So it's like, let's certify the question so that can be like what we can talk about in front of the judge.
Well, he certified it because he refused to answer it. Nick told him not to answer it. So since it's certified, then when they actually, there was a point in time where the defense did ask her to like make them answer a certain number of questions. I think it was like Mullen, Holeman. We don't have Mullen's deposition or anything. But there were a couple of them that they certified them so they could try to get them to
try to make the judge make them answer. Like, hey, we need answers to these particular questions, and they refused to answer them. Okay, so Jerry Holeman, having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. This guy's a fucking liar. So good luck with that. Relating to said matter, was examined and testified as follows. The first attorney doing the questioning is Mr. Bradley Rosie. And he says, all right, state your name.
Jerry Holeman, Holeman.
And Trooper Holeman, I know you've taken depositions before. I've got to assume you have.
Yep.
Just a couple of things. Make sure you speak out loud and audibly, and try to avoid all the uh-huhs and the uh-uhs so we can get a clean recording. And if I have to remind you of that, don't take it personally, okay? We're just trying to make sure we get a clean audio, all right?
Absolutely.
Okay, you work for the Indiana State Police.
Yes, sir.
And how long have you worked with the state police?
22 years. I came on in January of 2001.
In what capacity are you currently employed with the state police?
Currently, I am the District Investigative Commander at the Lafayette District. That's my title. My rank is First Sergeant.
Does that mean that you basically are kind of... Why does he sound like Joe Exotic? Probably because this is what he looks like. So does that mean that you basically are kind of a supervisor over all investigations, both road and kind of administrative?
Yes, sir.
Detective type work?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and in what capacity were you employed with the state police in February of 2017?
The same. I was the District Investigative Commander. I was promoted I believe it was in 2016. Now I'm just picturing Joe Exotic. July 2016 to the District Investigative Commander position.
And in the course of your duties as a law enforcement officer, just entirely, have you ever been disciplined for any kind of misconduct?
No, I have not.
And in terms of the deposition today, what did you do in preparation for the deposition?
Well, the first one I was prepared, but it got canceled, obviously. I spent a lot of time reviewing notes. However, this week's been very hectic for me and very busy, so I haven't had a whole lot of time to prepare those notes. But I did meet with Nick last Friday, the prosecutor, and we discussed the email that you sent, the topics, and we kind of discussed some of those so I could prepare for those.
Okay, so basically you did some prep before this got continued.
Right.
And you didn't necessarily sit down and go back through all that stuff.
I didn't have time to, no.
Okay, did you speak with anybody other than Nick in preparation?
I spoke with Tony Liggett, Dave Vito a little bit.
What did you talk to Sheriff Liggett about? And here's McClellan coming in. I'm going to object at this point. I think that's part of a work product, and I advise him not to answer because I think they probably talked about what we talked about. And then Rosie says, but you don't know. McClellan says, you're right, but I think it's going to elicit work product. You can't know that. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. I do remember this, and we were like, in one of the motions where we were like that, you have no idea what the answer would be.
Basically, Nick tried to make it as though, like, if he was in the room, then nobody that was in the room present with him could talk about anything that was discussed in the room, even if he didn't hear what they were talking about, because he
but
was
he was
present in the room.
Right.
Mhm.
Okay, certify the question. Okay, so Mr. Rosie continues. Let me ask you this. When did you talk to Sheriff Liggett?
It would have been, I talked to him several times. So last week, probably Friday, earlier this week. It would have been before and after his deposition. And then I talked to Dave Vito last night a little bit. And basically, it was about your email and the topics that you were going to discuss.
So he talked to him right before and after his deposition to
Mm-hmm.
know what was asked.
Yes.
You shady fucker. Shouldn't have mattered. Okay, did you talk to Sheriff Liggett about anything that you didn't talk to Mr. McClellan about?
No.
You haven't talked to Mr. McClellan since Sheriff Liggett took his deposition, right?
I talked to Nick last night on the phone.
Okay, all right. Anyone else? I guess I'll just kind of ask the cleanup question
I don't think so.
that you spoke with in preparation for the deposition today.
No.
Sheriff Lesenby, former Sheriff Lesenby.
I haven't talked to Tobe in months.
Okay, so this is something that I caught really quick too, because why isn't anybody talking to Tobe? Tobe has been completely pushed aside.
Shunned.
Yes.
I would love to see Tobe's
Deposition.
deposition.
Hell yeah, I would. Why is nobody talking to Tobe? Because he doesn't have a story that needs to be straight. Like, that's the biggest thing I've got, because these guys are talking right when the deposition is going to start, right when the deposition is over, and yet Tobe doesn't testify. Tobe isn't talked about. Tobe is thrown under the bus about the move to the other jail. He's just like, yeah, he's like banished. But he was the sheriff, and if you remember, Holeman said that Carroll County remained the lead on the investigation. Yet nobody besides Jerry Holeman thinks that Carroll County was the lead. Okay, all right. So I'm going to kind of try to work through this as efficiently as I can. It may be similar to what we've already done, but that's the way it's got to be. So let's talk about just generally February 13th of 2017, okay? We all know that we're talking about the circumstance at the trail here in Carroll County.
Yes.
All right, tell me, this is kind of a simple opening question, but do you believe that there are any eyewitnesses to the actual event that took those girls' lives?
No. Not the actual event. No.
Okay, and in terms of, do you believe that the perpetrator or the perpetrators that were responsible for that act were seen by any individuals on that day?
Yes.
Tell me which individuals you think saw the perpetrator or perpetrators.
So there's several witnesses at different times, and I'm terrible with times and dates. So if you,
Great detective work there, fuckface. Terrible with times and dates. Jesus.
well, there's different days and different times.
There's different days and different times. I'm just asking for names.
Okay, if you want exact, so there was a group of girls out there, high school or middle school girls. I believe it was Anna Spath, Riley Voorhees, and then a younger girl that we didn't release her name or interview her. She's like 6 or 7.
Mm-mm.
Anna Spath, Riley Voorhees. There was one more. I can't think of it right now off the top of my head, but there was a group of girls that were together that saw Mr. Allen.
You believe the person they saw was Mr. Allen?
Yes, I do.
let's cut to the chase.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So that's one group. And then
And
Betsy Blair.
that's me.
Oh, sorry.
And
Okay,
then
all right. That's
Betsy
one group.
Blair, who was walking on the trail that day, saw who I believe is Richard Allen on the bridge. And then after, on I believe it was County Road 300 North, Sarah Carball saw a person that she believes and I also believe was Richard Allen.
Okay.
And I think that's all that I can remember at this time without reviewing reports.
Did any of those witnesses ever specifically identify Richard Allen as the person that they saw?
No, I don't believe any of them knew Richard Allen.
Were any of those witnesses offered up any kind of lineup photo, shown any type of images, and asked to identify Richard Allen?
No, we discussed the lineups, but because of the time period when we discovered Richard Allen was the guy on the bridge, we didn't feel like that would be appropriate to do a lineup 6 years later.
Why not?
Just a lot of changes. Again, we as Unified Command and Prosecutor McClelland, we discussed lineups and we just didn't feel like that a lineup would be appropriate.
Were you concerned that one of them might not identify him?
I mean, obviously that's a concern, but I think it's more trying to have them recall those events 6 years later.
You had spoke with these people on a number of occasions during the course of the investigation, right?
I have not spoken to.
Well, I mean your investigative team. Right, Chelsea. Did I lose you? I did. We lost her. She'll be back. Oops. Telescope. I'm trying to figure out how to check if she's blocked. Hello. Probably just a remnant of summer 2024 Bizarro World.
Okay.
All right.
What was
Well, I mean your investigative team.
Yes.
I mean, these are people you almost maintained constant contact with as you were working through this investigation.
I would say that there was not constant, but frequent. I would use frequent contact with the eyewitnesses.
So there were opportunities to kind of refresh their recollection about what was going on just because you were talking about the case.
Oh, yes.
But you were concerned that they may not be able to make an accurate identification if you were to offer that up to them.
I think that's an appropriate statement, yes. We were afraid that because of the time frame, they wouldn't be able to give an accurate depiction of the person that they saw 6 years ago.
If that would have happened, hypothetically, that would have made your investigation more difficult?
If they were able to,
Yeah, no. If they couldn't.
they couldn't, absolutely.
I mean, it's a pretty memorable event,
You would think,
correct?
yes.
Okay, let's talk about the timeline in this case, okay? Are you generally familiar with what I'm talking about when I say timeline? I'm talking about basically February 13th from, let's just say, I'm picking broader ends, maybe 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Is that,
Yes,
you generally know what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the timeline?
I do.
Okay, do you believe that your timeline that has been kind of created, I'll say, is an accurate one?
Yes.
Okay, did you specifically play any role in creating that timeline?
Collecting data and briefs with some of the other people that collected that data, yes. But as far as putting the timeline together, that was done by our intel analysts.
Okay, can you tell me what that means? Because that's the first time I've heard that phrase.
Intel analyst?
Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
It's an analyst that we have that helps with our intelligence gathering.
Who is that?
Her name is Stacy Gosnell Day.
And who does?
There's another one. His name is Jasmine, not Jasmine, but Jazz, Jazz, in the MUNN.
Jasmine. Are these law enforcement officers?
They're employed by the Indiana State Police, but they're civilians.
Okay, so where does Miss Day work?
Indianapolis.
All right, and Mr. Munn?
Indianapolis.
I guess just tell me generally. I've never heard of these people,
Oh, okay.
either individually or this particular.
I know intel analysts.
What do they do?
Their names are not going to be in our reports,
Okay.
but any work product they do, like the timeline,
Uh-huh.
they'll be responsible for that.
So tell me what they were tasked with.
Gathering intelligence. If we got a tip on somebody that they would give us information, address, phone numbers, work history, criminal history, anything that we needed to help us investigate that tip. And then also at some point they helped us with the timeline.
Hi, everyone loves Angel Eyes. Thank you for the gifted membership. I don't know who grabbed it, but welcome to the new member. Okay, I don't want to beat this with a dead horse. I don't think that's the saying. But this is all totally new to me. And maybe I just have not observed it in Discovery, actually. But so you're saying there's not really any reports with these people's
We're not allowed.
signatures on them.
Yeah, we are not allowed to put their names because of their intelligence. We're not allowed to. Fuck. God damn it. Jerry, what the fuck is wrong with you?
They're too stupid to let us put their names, or they're too smart. It's Rosie, yes, Sorcerer Tree. They investigated tips. So it's essentially it's like a crime analyst. They are the ones who put like all the information together. I know exactly what he's talking about just from knowing the job itself.
They're basically a sleuthy goosey.
Yes, except for paid.
They get paid, yeah.
Yeah.
Look what Rosie says.
Kind of like the CIA stuff almost. No, Rosie, they're not the CIA. Are they just stalkers? So they're just tasked with like, if anybody here like followed the Watts case, that's probably like the best example I could give you from like Discovery. Like they actually put like a timeline together with like actual pieces of evidence. Like that's the best thing I can kind of tell you. They'll do like the background checks on people. They'll do essentially they do like most of the computer work.
They're paid sleuths.
Yeah, they're essentially just they're crime analysts.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're looking for that job, you could be a crime analyst.
All right.
Okay, so go ahead.
Jerry
Kind
doesn't
of like
know what
CIA
CIA
stuff.
means. Yeah, he doesn't know what that means. So fusion center, stuff like that, we're not allowed to mention in the reports.
So are you suggesting that the two of these individuals are primarily responsible for piecing together this timeline and offering this up in a, I'll say, comprehensive fashion?
I wouldn't say they pieced it together. Through the investigation we did, like, I mean, that's a very broad question. I'll try to answer to the best of my ability, but I'll give you an example. For example, we downloaded Liberty's phone. That would be First Sergeant Chris Cecil initially. I'm sorry, it would have been Lieutenant Brian Bunner, and then First Sergeant Chris Cecil helped us. So, for example, he was able to tell us exactly when Liberty plugged her phone into the phone charger for that phone data, okay, into Kelsey's car.
Okay.
And then he was also able to tell us when she unplugged it, which gave us a very good timeline of when she left the house and when they arrived at the trail. Now, you put that with Kelsey's statements, other people's statements, and all of that, that gives us an accurate timeline. So we gather all that information. We allow our intelligence analysts to put together a timeline for us.
So it sounds like they're dealing with a lot of what I would call more technical forensic,
Absolutely.
electronic data and things of that nature.
Yes, they're not investigators. They don't investigate.
Okay, they don't go out.
They don't interview. They use the information that we collect to establish a nice timeline for us so we know exactly what happened when. And you can ask me times and dates and all that, and I'll have to refer to those reports. But that's
Okay.
what we have, and it's pretty accurate. Like I said, when we talk about
Okay.
phone data and all that,
We'll get to that.
okay.
Let me just ask you this, I guess. Kind of wedged in here, but we're talking about timing. What conclusions have you drawn about the time of death of either one or both of the girls?
Really, we were told by the pathologist that there was no way to give us an accurate time of death. So I don't know, though, other than, you know, we know when Libby and Abby interacted with Richard Allen. Are you kissing me? Kiss me. I love you. Go get in bed. Go get in bed and tell me you love me. Say it. Say it in your voice. Say, I love you. I love you. Go to bed. Shut my door. Watch your fingers.
Yes, watching them.
You're watching them, but you need to move them because otherwise you're going to watch yourself shut the door on them. Thank you. Shut it, you goofball. Okay.
Before you go back, so Nancy said that there's ads that are popping up and blocking chat. I don't know. I don't know anything about that. I don't know if that has anything to do with the fact that I have premium or why that's happening. So I don't have an answer for you, Nancy. I'm sorry. Hopefully
That's
somebody.
odd. It definitely shouldn't pop up in the chat. It usually just interrupts the stream. Oh, it does that on mobile now? Bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know.
I have premium because Teresa made me because
Yeah.
I couldn't. I would leave a whole stream even if it's ours.
Yes.
I can't tolerate it.
I'm like, if there's anything you're going to invest in, that you have to have premium. It's like a hat commercial. That's weird. Okay. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm sorry. Hi, Oksana.
Okay, so we know when Libby and Abby interacted with Richard Allen. We also know when her phone went off, and we also know through witnesses when they saw Richard Allen leaving the scene. So the best of our investigation would be more than likely 2:30 to 3:30. That's my opinion. But that's about the time that we know there was interaction right before that. And then later that evening, the phone activity stops and things like that. So through information like that, we were able to narrow it down to about that time frame.
So you've been doing this for a long time. I'm assuming there's been other, I'll say, homicide cases or other cases involving death where time of death has been determined by a pathologist or medical experts, right?
Yes, yes.
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
No, it's not. Yes.
In this case, that never happened?
No.
Was there ever any discussion about why that wasn't attempted amongst,
There was. Yeah, there was.
like, the rank and file, so to speak, or the brass, I should say?
There was a discussion. I don't recall. I can't recall the reason why, but I was told there was never a time of death given.
So did anyone ever suggest that, hey, we should have done this at the crime scene or with the bodies, or we should have done that at the crime scene with the bodies in order to help us create a time of death?
No, I think our crime scene investigators would have been able to determine that. I mean, that's something, beyond an investigator would at that time think. So I think we would rely on our crime scene investigators. There was multiple crime scene investigators out there.
Okay, so then if you think they would have done it, why didn't they fucking do it? But they wouldn't have. So somebody, I think yesterday, might have been Andy here sitting next to me, might have asked the question about taking temperatures or something of the bodies when they were discovered. Are you familiar with that technique?
I have never seen it done, but I'm familiar with that being a technique, yes.
Was that done in this case, if you know?
I do not know, but you'd have to check with the crime scene investigators' reports and
Okay.
ask them.
So you're kind of loosely referring to CSI investigators in plural sense. Just tell me the names of the two. I think I know, but
Actually, there's more than two.
okay. Who were the primary officers that processed the scene?
Brian O'Leahy, who has since retired from our department. Jason Page was there, and Dwayne Datsman. Dwayne Datsman and Brian O'Leahy are from the Lafayette Post.
Who's the last guy?
Dwayne Datsman.
Datsman?
Datsman. Datz, I believe, Man. He's also retired.
For the court reporter here, how do you spell O'Leahy's last name?
Olehy, I believe.
Okay.
And then Scott Gilbert, he is the supervisor, and he's from the Lowell Post, but he was there. And then Jim Cody. Jim Cody is from down south somewhere, but he was there at the scene on the 14th. And then there was multiple others involved too later on when they came back. But I would have to refer to reports on those to help with searches and things like that.
All right. So moving on here. How many individuals do you think were involved in this crime?
I believe one individual, which is Richard Allen, is involved in this crime.
You don't think there's anybody else that had any knowledge of this beforehand or any involvement in the actual act?
I don't believe there's anyone that had involvement in the actual act, but I do believe there possibly could be somebody that was communicating with the girls and was setting the meeting up.
So you are suggesting that somebody else may have been, I don't want to use the word baiting them, but involved in the preparation of this particular act.
Catfishing?
Yeah.
Yes.
With the knowledge that there was going to be an end result that involved Rick Allen.
I don't know about the knowledge of the end result, but I do believe that somebody was communicating with the girls to have them meet with somebody
Okay.
out there.
Let me ask maybe a better question. Do you think that there was a coordinated effort to get these girls to that location by more than one person?
Yes.
Who is the other person?
Keegan Klein.
And he does. He said that on his recent interviews after trial that he believes that there's a good possibility
Yeah,
that Keegan Klein was involved still, and he's not let that go. And what is your belief based on just in general? I'm not trying to get into, 5 years of investigation, but just tell me, why do you believe that?
Why do I believe that?
Let me ask a better
Oh,
question. Withdraw that question.
wait. Why do I believe what?
Literally what you just fucking said, you dumbass.
Voice of that.
Let me ask a better question. Withdraw that question. Have you unearthed any evidence that connects Keegan Klein with Richard Allen?
Not at this point, no.
Have you attempted to unearth evidence that connects those two?
Yes. We know they were living in the same area. Keegan's father was close in age and lived in the same area, but nothing at this point.
That's as close as they fucking got.
Mhm.
At this time, is there an active investigation focused on anyone other than Richard Allen?
No.
Not even Keegan Klein?
I don't think it's active anymore due to lack of cooperation on his part.
Wait, so you close cases if the participants aren't active? You
Yeah.
just stop investigating? If I'm just not active or cooperative, I just no longer have an active investigation on me?
Yep.
That's fucking ridiculous.
That explains why they're not like investigating Holder and Westfall and all the things.
Yeah, Crime Con Investigator of the Year, folks.
Yeah, he is. He's the investigator of the year. Ugh.
Yeah, that's all you have to do is just not cooperate, and then they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna have to close this because Mavhawk's not cooperating anymore. It's done."
Mm-mm.
Uh, is your investigation still ongoing despite the fact that Richard Allen is in custody?
Yes.
Tell me what's still ongoing.
We're still following up with information on Richard Allen that we get. For example, his confessions that he made at the DOC. We're interviewing multiple officers that logged in notes and also looking at his phone conversations that he made, Richard Allen. And we're also still trying to see if he was in contact with anyone other than Keegan Klein.
Anyone at all?
Yes.
Okay, we're going to get to that maybe a little bit later. I do want to ask you one question I don't want to forget.
Sure.
Do you have a list of all of these, you call them officers that he communicated with, I guess, at Westville?
Corrections officers?
Yeah, these people that you're talking to.
Yeah.
Like, is there a comprehensive list of those people?
Yes. You should have it in Discovery. The information was gathered by a subpoena. Should be in Discovery.
Okay, well, we have obviously, forgive me, we have a lot of stuff, and sometimes,
Oh, I know.
yeah, you fucking do, douche. You can forget to look through things, or you looked at it, but you've kind of forgotten. But there is a list that exists that was created rather recently, I assume. It would have to have been.
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the search that occurred out at the scene on the 13th and the 14th, okay?
Okay.
You tell me in your own words, how did that search kind of begin? How did that become to be?
Sure. Well, I'll start out by saying that I was not involved in the search. Actually, heard that there was two missing girls on the radio on my drive into the Bro, did you notice that everybody, like all these police officers, found out while they were driving? They heard it on the radio.
Yeah, they're all just driving.
Nobody was like there when like somebody called the police. You know what I mean? Like all these key people found out about it over the radio while they're driving, and none of them went to the scene.
No, but they're all like, is there anything we could do to help?
Yeah, it's bizarre. So he heard about the radios on his drive into the post. I immediately called the sheriff and asked the former sheriff if they needed any assistance with the search, and he said no. They had plenty of people. And I said, if you need anything, call me. And then that would have been 8 o'clock in the morning or so. And then I was
Oh, on the 14th?
on the 14th. I did not know about it on the 13th.
Okay.
I had no involvement on the 13th whatsoever. So on the morning of the 14th, I heard about it, reached out to the sheriff. And then later that morning, probably, I know it was close to lunch, I received a phone call from my captain. Would have been Captain, he's retired now. I'll think of his name in a minute. Sorry.
I won't tell him when I talk to him.
Do you know who it is?
No, I just won't tell him you forgot.
Okay, now I'm trying to think of. Anyway, I got a call. He was downtown, and at some point, the sheriff's department requested a helicopter from the state police, and I received that phone call and asked if I knew about it, and I said yes, I did. And then they said, "Hey, if our helicopter's going over there, you need to get boots on the ground." So I got there probably, I'm guessing 11:30.
Uh-oh. Rosie is very much easier to follow. I don't know, like, how does he not know his own boss's name? Even if it's not his boss anymore, like,
Sorry, I
he
got a
doesn't.
call. What'd you hear last?
You were in the middle of that. I got there probably, I'm guessing.
Okay. I'm guessing 11:30, and then shortly after that, the girls were found. So I have no involvement in either search. No, either search.
So in terms of state police deployment, basically there was a helicopter used. Were there any other tools, vehicles, equipment that was used that was state police property?
I believe there was. I mean, I believe there were troopers that were assisting that morning. What tools they used, I don't know.
You're talking about drones and stuff, but you weren't involved in any of that?
I don't think the state police had drones at that point. We do now, but I don't think we had drones. So we would not have deployed the drone.
Any kind of ATVs or anything of that nature?
Not to my knowledge. I don't think we have. Well, we probably do, but I'd have to.
Okay, a watercraft? There was some talk about that. Anything from the state police?
Not originally. I think Tippecanoe County had their water rescue team there, but I don't believe ours was involved in that.
And when you got to the scene, I think you said about 11:30. Is that right?
I got to not the scene.
Hold on. This is from August 10th of 2023. The area?
Yes, the old fire station was where they were having all the search parties sign in and things like that.
Were you actually out around the trail at any point while the search was actually ongoing?
No, I never left the fire station until the girls were located, and then I went to the scene.
So when you got there, the search, I'm going to say the search team in general sense, was not active at that point. It was just law enforcement. There weren't still people walking around out there in the woods at that point looking for the girls.
11:30 in the morning, yes.
Well, when you got there, when you got to the scene,
There were.
uh, there were still people looking.
They were coming up the hill.
Okay, so so maybe I'm confusing you, but when you actually physically went out there,
Yes.
you went out there because they found the girls.
Yes.
All right. There was still some people out there that were part of the search team.
The search party that located the girls were still in the area.
Okay.
They weren't necessarily down where the girls were located, but they were before I got there. I got there pretty quickly. I don't know exactly what time it was, but there was only a few officers that were there. And at that time, they were trying to secure the scene, put crime scene tape up, things like that.
Did you how big was this search team that found the girls you just referenced?
If I remember correctly, without reviewing my report, there was technically two teams. So if you're familiar with Deer Creek, on the other side, there's a driveway going up to the Weber residence, and there was a search party over there. I don't know how many, I can't remember. But they had noticed some articles of clothing they thought in the creek on the other side of the ditch bank. So they somehow, I don't know how, communicated with the team that was on the other side of the creek, and that team was the team that located them.
So were there law enforcement officials as part of those teams?
No,
You think they were all civilians?
I believe so, yes.
Did you at any point in time yourself ever sit down and speak with each of these individuals or those individuals?
No, I did not.
But you think each of them had been consulted by law enforcement at some point after this?
Yes, I do.
Every one of those people in each of those teams.
I could tell you the main search party members. I think off the top of my head, I could tell you their names. And I know for a fact they were interviewed. And I'm pretty sure they were interviewed multiple times. Do
Do
you want
you
their
want
names?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Do you have a list of them? I mean, I know that it's part of the discovery, but do you have a comprehensive list of those two?
Oh, yeah.
You're talking about how many people in total between two search teams?
I don't know about the one on the other side, but I think there was 4 or 5 in the team that actually located the girls.
So you're talking about the north side. I think what we've been referring to as the north side, but the trail side of the creek, I guess.
Yes.
The Mears side of the creek would be one good way,
Yes, sir.
and the other side would be the Weber side, basically.
That would be a great way to describe it. Yes.
I'll try to remember that. Okay, let's move on. Let's talk about voice data. So we're all familiar that there is this particular recording of this phrase, down the hill. You know what we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Was there ever any attempt to analyze the actual audio associated with that recording?
Yes, there was.
Tell me what that attempt was and what the results were.
Well, we tried to contact anybody that would be able to analyze that voice. And I don't remember. There were several different agencies that did that, but they all said there wasn't enough to analyze.
So the length of the audio recording was just not enough. There wasn't enough content.
Correct.
Is that the same response you got from pretty much everybody you talked to?
Yes. Actually, I don't remember the company's name that actually tried. The rest of them did not. I'd have to look at a report to tell you exactly what company that attempted, But they said the same thing that the other companies told us. There's just not enough. Because we told them how long it was, and they said there's just not enough. So you had Harshman do the analyses.
Yeah, and then just come up there and say, yeah, it sounds just like him. It sounds just like
Yeah.
the guy on the bridge. Yeah, they all sound the same. So same thing, same. All these professional companies that do this, and they all said you cannot possibly match that voice or analyze that voice. There's not enough. At the time, they used to say like there wasn't enough syllables to be able to do it. Now they're saying it's just not long enough. And so where was that company that tried?
Michigan.
You don't remember the name?
I do not off the top of my head. I'm sorry.
You never worked with them before.
No.
Have you ever, in any investigation you've ever been involved, taken an audio recording and had a voice analysis done? I'm going to use that phrase loosely.
No, I've not personally ever done that. No.
So there was an attempt. It really wasn't fruitful.
Correct.
Yeah, that be a gun. Yeah, I heard it. That's that be a gun instead of that we go down. Is that kind of a way of looking at it? Like, let's talk about the photo of I'll call it the famous photo of the bridge guy. We all know who we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Was there ever any attempt to take that photograph and essentially analyze the photo to determine the dimensions of the bridge guy?
Yes.
Tell me what you did and what conclusions were drawn.
We again contacted several companies and engineers at Purdue, I remember was one of them. And they all said that they would not be able to get a height and weight from that picture because there was too many unknowns. There wasn't a known object to be able to measure and compare to. And we had one company, the same company I'm forgetting the name of from Michigan, saying that they could. They had a new tool that they were using, but the success rate was like plus or minus 2 inches. And it was going to cost quite a bit of money. And Unified Command, along with Prosecutor McClelland, decided that plus or minus 2 inches isn't going to help. So we did not have them do that.
How much money did they say that would cost?
Tens of thousands of dollars. I don't remember.
Forgive me for being a lawyer, but that is what I do. Did they send you like a quote or something? If it was a private company, did they send you like an email with like a fee quote?
I don't think I have a quote. I mean, we actually did business with them on the other stuff. Obviously, they attempted to do the voice analysis.
Oh, it's the same company.
Same company. So I'm sure there's an invoice of what we paid for that. But then when they came back with this new tool that they thought might work with the plus or minus 2 inches, at that time we decided not to do it.
Do you remember how much you paid for the other?
I don't.
0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 20?
0 to 5, 0 to 5.
In the thousands?
1,000, yes.
We may get into this in more detail later. I'm going to not spend a ton of time on this, but when you say there were no known objects, they talk about maybe like the railroad ties or things.
We did. All of them did. But they said they needed something vertical and not horizontal,
Okay.
is what I was told.
So you weren't able to draw any conclusions regarding this particular type of analysis, is what you're telling me? I do not believe this for one fucking second. The fact that Abby's in the photo, the fact that they had this within days, not years, so it not like all the trees and everything else grew. They
Well,
had the size.
he gives himself away. The next thing he says, he gives them away like a dumbass. Like he
Okay.
tried to lie, and then he kept pushing. And the truth is that they did give them an estimate.
So you weren't able to draw any conclusions regarding this particular type of analysis, is what you're telling me.
That same company gave us their estimated height, and I don't recall it.
Thank you. Let it be. Thank you
I would
very
have
much.
to find the report. There was multiple people that gave us estimate. What? There was multiple people that gave us estimated heights, but again, it's going to be basically what we put out with the photo. I forget what the exact, but it's very broad.
Um. Okay, they
It,
changed the height.
it was a very broad range.
So what you're saying is they didn't employ whatever technology they had in doing that because you didn't pay them for it, right?
Correct.
They just kind of gave you a layman's, I'll say a layman's. They just looked at it and told you what they thought.
Yes.
Okay.
So they gave you the answer for free? I'm sure they
Yeah.
used some sort of technology, but he said that that was their estimate without using this new tool.
Which excludes Rick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So money basically kind of got in the way.
I think not necessarily money. We'd pay the $10,000. I would say more the inaccuracy. I mean, plus or minus 2 inches, I don't think that's going to help you or us. That's just too broad. I think Holman's wife has been lying to him about what an inch is. Because plus or minus 1 or 2 inches is really not that big a fucking deal.
Well, I mean, it is if you're.
Now, when you're talking about somebody's height,
No, but if you're talking about other stuff.
is Willie, then yeah. That's what I'm
That's a
saying. I
lot.
think she's been lying to him.
Okay, it could rule somebody
I
out.
think it's
for
like
sure.
2 inches, and she told him that equals like 6 inches. So she's like showing him. So now his judgment of length is just all fucked up.
Somebody told him your 2 inches is like 6 inches.
Like, I bet you. Have you ever seen that thing where the guy will go around? It's like a bunch of mechanics or whatever, and he like goes around and hands them a tape measure and says, like, he'll give them like one side of it, and he'll hold like the metal part at the end, and he says, pull it down until it's at 6 inches.
I like the guys that do the snow. They're like it.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah, I showed
remember
you
that
guys those.
obsession last winter.
Those are fucking hilarious. All right. All right. So let's just talk about DNA. Hopefully this will be quick. Are there
Yeah,
any
okay. Yeah, sure. Let's try. You have high hopes, Mr. Rosie.
R&M. I don't even know what you guys are talking about. Are you guys getting crowns in chat?
Oh yeah, you get like you get like number 1, number 2, number 3, and whoever comments the most, like in the beginning or sends a super chat, then you get boosted up. Then you can see their stuff more easily, and the rest of the chat can too.
Oh, interesting. That's weird. Okay. So Yellow says, "Oh, so you'd have to have an accurate 4-inch range." You mean like 5'6" to 5'10", like you just guessed? Jerry Holman, you best stay plus or minus 2 inches from me.
Oh, I thought you were reading the transcript. I'm like,
No,
where the
I
hell
said
is
Yellow.
that
I
at?
said Yellow said.
Oh, well, read it again, because I'll listen to Yellow. I won't listen to that.
I lost it.
Whoopsie.
Yellow said, so you'd have to have an accurate 4-inch range. You mean like 5'6" to 5'10", like you just guessed. And then she said, Jerry Holman, you best stay plus or minus 2 inches from me.
To be fair, it's not his fault. It's his wife's fault that he doesn't know inches.
The fact that he's even married is just no, that's another thing. But okay, let's talk about the DNA. Hopefully this will be
She
quick.
met him when he was young and probably much less stupid and much more fit. Nom nom nom, donuts.
Nom, 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 donuts. Nom 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 nom.
I don't feel bad for him at all. I hate his guts.
No, I fucking hate this guy. Are there any DNA findings or conclusions that connect Richard Allen to these two girls?
Possibly.
Tell me about that.
So there is DNA, right? This is confusing. Yeah, we thought this was going to be quick. All he said was one thing about DNA, and he's confused already.
He's like, well, yeah, because remember, he says it's as accurate as the paternity tests.
Oh, God. He's painfully stupid.
Okay, so that's confusing to you. Tell me, let me just back it up a minute. Were there any DNA profiles extracted from the crime scene? Let me start there at the most basic level. He's like, fuck, no, I don't even know. I'm still confused.
Yes.
Tell me where that was.
Again, I'd have to refer to the reports, but there was an insufficient amount of DNA, male DNA, mixed with the girls' DNA, their blood. And our forensic scientists say that they tried to amplify that as best they could, and without consuming the samples, they stopped. And we've reached out to many independent companies, and there's no independent company right now that can amplify that mixed DNA. But we know it's male DNA mixed with the girls' DNA. That's wrong, but okay.
Oh, okay. So the profile is not large enough. That's probably not the right technical word, but there's not enough of a profile to test it without destroying it or consuming it.
Yes.
Okay, they still can do that, but it is consumptive testing. Okay, even through the mitochondrial process.
Yes. And I think I'm stepping over my knowledge of DNA.
Well, of course you are. You have no fucking knowledge. Crime Butterfly, Barney Fife could do a better job. Dude, Sleuthy called him Biff and like legit reminded me of Biff from Back to the Future. I was like, he absolutely
100%.
100% is Biff.
It's him.
Me too. So,
But that's what I've been told by our forensic DNA analysts is that there's nowhere right now. Now they're saying, 5 years. That's what they told us 6 years ago. In 5 years, there might be new technology coming, and there is some, but it's not where it needs to be yet. And they're monitoring that for us to see if technology catches up with science, and they'll be able to maybe determine whose DNA that is.
where was the? I'm not sure exactly what you said, but it was part of the blood from the girls.
Yes.
Explain that to me. I'm not sure I understand that.
So if I remember correctly, there was some found on Liberty, her blood on her chest somewhere. I can't remember which side. I'd have to refer to the report with male DNA, but at such a low level that they cannot produce a profile. And then there's some on a Liberty's sweatshirt, but Abby was wearing that sweatshirt, and I think that one had both girls' blood and unknown male DNA.
Those two spots?
At least two that I recall.
Okay. And
And there's some more too.
I'm sorry?
There's some more DNA too, but it was.
Hi, Dan. Okay. We're talking about the crime scene right now.
Yep.
Okay. So let me ask you this. So were there any conclusions drawn that Rick Allen's DNA was at the crime scene?
Not to this point, no.
So then let's talk about beyond the crime scene. Have there been any other DNA analysis done that would tie Rick Allen to the crime?
Rephrase or repeat that, please.
I will. Have there been any other DNA analysis conducted by the lab that would connect Rick Allen with this crime?
Potentially.
Tell me about that.
It would be the same similar answer that I gave a minute ago. So there was an unknown male DNA found on the intact 40 caliber round, but it was male DNA and it was at such a low level that they cannot produce a profile without consuming it.
There's not any request done to the judge, and this is me, not an attorney. There's no request to the judge to be able to do consumptive testing on any of the DNA that was found. Nobody requested that to any judge.
No.
Like, hey, we've run out of options to find this guy in 5.5 years, and we know that there is DNA on this 40 caliber round, number one, and number two, unknown male DNA mixed in with the blood, which I think he's speaking out his ass. But
they probably didn't want to consume it before there was like a defendant, because then they could argue you used up, this DNA, and it could have been like whatever might happen. Well, then they can't go back and test it. However, when there became a defendant, they could have then asked for the defenses, like they could have stipulated to them using the entire sample to figure out whose it was.
Okay, and then I've got okay, I know you did the AI for I believe it was Oberg.
That's the bullet person.
Well, I know you did the AI for all of it, but I'm just saying, like, was it her that talked about, or was it somebody else that talked about that the state of Indiana no longer tests bullets? Or
that was her.
It was her, but was she talking fingerprints? That's what I was just gonna. That's what my question was.
Because it's too smooth, basically.
So did the DNA person who testify that there was DNA found on the unspent round?
I don't remember.
Yeah. Does anybody in chat remember that? Because the biggest thing that sticks out to me was just her saying they don't test for that, and I thought it was fingerprints. So I was trying to. Yeah, she's never wrong. All right, that'd be something I want to go back and find. Do you remember? Can you tell me what it is, DB? Was it DNA and fingerprint, or was it just fingerprint?
I have to pee.
Okay, do it. Let me see if I can figure this out real quick. She said they swabbed it, but there was none. And that's Oberg who said they swabbed it, but there was no DNA? Oberg said they don't test that, but she was talking about currently because the lab policy changed in 2023, actually. Right. But I just couldn't remember which one she said. Okay, hold on, All Eyes. I need to go. I need to grab that from the live. Hold on. I wish that StreamYard let those links be like clickable for us on the StreamYard side. It was Bozanovsky. Bozanovsky said it. Okay, hold on. No, I don't fucking need help, Google. Back up off me and my... Got it. Okay. Okay, so... did you see any? Could not see any latent prints visible. Is that right? That's where I was going. So I did. I'm just kind of reading through it. Give me just a second. So I did just kind of visually examine the item to see if there was any kind of visible prints. Now we know latent prints are not typically visible to the eye, but I wanted to note whether there was any type of ridge detail that I could observe. Sometimes if you have prints in like blood or something with grime or debris on it, that you might be able to kind of see a ridge detail. So even though we weren't doing a latent print exam, I wanted to note whether there was a print visible. If there would have been something that was present in kind of like a body fluid or grease-like stain, then I would have then had further discussion with the investigator to determine if maybe we should have done that latent print exam. Then the question is, what has been your success rate and your DNA office's unit's success rate with unspent cartridges and other ammunition. So it's the unspent and even spent cartridges are very difficult to get DNA profiles on, and it really just, again, depends on the quantity and quality of the sample. But you all see how small that was when I held it up. My swabbing is designed to collect as many skin cells as possible. I need to have an abundance of skin cells present on your object to have enough DNA to develop a DNA profile. So we have found that in our research in our laboratory, we have found that cartridges are not successful. And since 2017, we have removed them from analysis in our laboratory, for DNA. So Bozanovsky says since 2017, they no longer test for DNA. Hey, Hoosier. They no longer test for DNA on cartridges at all, unspent or spent. So then the question is, they go on to either latent print and especially firearms tool marks. And then the answer is, I believe that even latent print analysis has taken cartridges out of the scope of their examinations as well. And again, it just goes back to the amount of surface area and the success rates from these types of items. So then the question is, what was the result of your examination of your item 16, which is the unspent round? So the answer is, so I took a swab of that cartridge. I used that swab entirely, which means I consumed the sample entirely to maximize my opportunity of getting a DNA profile. The DNA result from that cartridge demonstrated an insufficient quantity of DNA for further analysis. Okay, so there's nothing on here saying that it's male DNA. Insufficient quantity of DNA for further analysis. But is she saying that there was any DNA?
Are you ready?
Sorry, I was reading. So that's Bozanovsky's testimony, where she said in 2017 they stopped doing the DNA on unspent rounds or spent rounds.
So he's lying, per usual.
Well, I can't really tell, because I think it happened after this case, because she does say that she swabbed the cartridge in its entirely. So she consumed the sample entirely to maximize the opportunity of getting a DNA profile. The DNA result from that cartridge demonstrated an insufficient quantity of DNA for further analysis.
Okay.
So there's nothing about it being a male, number one, that was found on it.
But he knows that Richard Allen did it, though, so it has to be a male, right?
Has to be a male. Well, that they never tested any females, so I mean, they all say that it had to be a male all the time. But what she doesn't say is that like there was any DNA. She just says it's insufficient.
Right.
So like, did she get any DNA? Because he's saying that there is DNA of a male. It was just
not enough without consuming the whole thing.
Without consuming it. And she's saying no, there's not enough for further analysis. So I'm
How do you spell
curious
chupacabra?
What?
How do you spell chupacabra?
CHU.
Yeah, that's as far as I got too.
A. Something like that.
CABBRA maybe? Nope. It's changed it to Chips Annies.
There you go. Gray space got you.
Spell it.
Yeah, it's 200. It's like, what did we say it was? 274 pages. That's why I said we're going to do as much as we can tonight before Sleuthy's just exhausted. But I can't stop coughing, so I need to grab a drink.
Thanks, Gray space. What are we on? Page 39. Yeesh.
Okay, so which intact 40 caliber round are you talking about?
I'm talking about the intact 40 caliber round that was found next to Liberty's body at the crime scene.
Okay, so that was also at the crime scene?
The same intact round that matched Richard Allen's SIG.
you're an idiot. So the answer to my question earlier is there any DNA that connects Richard Allen to this crime? And the answer is no. You can put ... at the present time, but that's always the case, right?
Sure.
Hi, Cryptex. Okay, so the answer is no.
Potentially, yes, but right now, no.
It could be your DNA on that bullet. It could be mine, right?
No, I don't think so. Realistically, no. But yes, it could be.
I don't want to, I don't want to get into this today. I don't want to get into this today that you're a fucking idiot and I
Were
have
were you on the trail? No. I mean, realistically,
I don't know where that bullet came from, but here's what I do know. Your thought that there is DNA that might connect Richard Allen to this is not supported by any scientific or forensic evidence at this time. Is there?
at this time, no.
Is there? You've explained to me very kindly that there are samples, or partial profiles is probably the right phrase, that are lying and kind of waiting maybe to be tested later. But is there anything active going on in terms of the DNA testing?
Not to my knowledge.
Were there items that were taken from Richard Allen's home from which profiles were extracted?
There were multiple items taken from his home. To my knowledge, there was nothing indicating any of the girls' DNA or anything like that.
Okay, so just to get right to the point, you didn't find any of the girls' DNA on any of his property.
Correct.
Okay, let's talk about tool mark evidence. You mentioned that a minute ago, so you're aware that this unspent round was recovered from the scene, right?
Yes.
In your opinion, what is the significance of that cartridge to this crime?
Well, it had 3 extraction marks on it, and I don't recall the first time we met with the lab, but it was early on. And they talked about all the DNA that you and I just talked about and other things. But one of the things that stands out in my mind was the firearms tool mark extraction expert. I don't know what her exact title is, but she was at the meeting and she said that those marks were made by more than likely a Sig Sauer or possibly a Smith & Wesson. But she was leaning towards Sig. And she said that if we find the weapon, the gun that extracted that round, she would be able to, without a doubt, match it up.
Without a doubt.
That's what she said.
Those were her words?
Well, those are my words, but that's what
Well, they're pretty strong words.
yeah.
You can see me taking notes right now.
Yeah. She said that she would be able to match that up.
Unequivocally, whatever word you want to use, 100%.
She said that the marks were so good that she would be able to. And there were multiple that she would be able to. And that was early on. So anytime that we got a tip on somebody or anything like that, if we asked them if they had a weapon and what kind of weapon, and if anybody had a 40 caliber, we sent it down for testing. I don't know how many, but I know there was multiple before Richard Allen's, except not Brad Holder's
I was just going to say, what about Brad Holder?
Keegan Klein's, who you think had a scheduled this meetup. You didn't check theirs though. Gross.
Was this person Melissa Oberg?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if there was somebody else involved other than her.
No, there was her supervisor was there too. And I know, and then through her training us on tool mark evidence, another thing that stands out in my mind is that she compared it to a paternity test. She said there's more error in a paternity test than there is in the test that she does to compare extraction marks. And that was pretty powerful to me.
What a fucking idiot.
Yep.
You have a lot of working knowledge of paternity tests. Fucking Rosie, dude, I'm dead.
I do not know. I just know
Oh, okay.
that a lot of times people that I deal with, have to have those paternity tests. And they say they're like 99.9% the father. That's pretty accurate. So in my mind, paternity tests are pretty accurate. So what I'm saying is, if she's comparing her test, when I think
So she was comparing it to a different type of test that you don't have any knowledge of. You just heard that they're accurate?
She compared it to others too, but yeah.
Okay. After you received these laboratory results from Miss Oberg, what, if any, concerns were raised amongst law enforcement about the reliability of them?
We had unified command. We had meetings. We spoke with her. We scheduled a meeting with her. And I don't think there was any concerns.
Nobody was concerned about the accuracy
Not to my knowledge.
or the value of these findings.
If there was any concerns after she met with us and explained everything, there was no concerns about the accuracy of her testing.
Even with this is me, even with the fact that she could not get a match when she just cycled around through. She could not get a match. And nobody was concerned about that. Nobody was
according
concerned
to
that all
Jerry.
the prior guns that they tested, including Brad Weber's, they never fired in order to get a match. But Richard Allen's, they did. She did, and nobody's like, that just makes total sense because it's just like a paternity test. So yeah, that sounds good, right? Like paternity tests sound pretty good.
Paternity tests are like 99.9% accurate.
I've
So
dealt with people who've had to take paternity tests. Was there ever any discussion about seeking out the opinion of an independent analyst?
not to my knowledge.
You're working with somebody who works for you, right?
Absolutely.
But there was never any discussion about, hey, let's go get somebody and just get a second opinion before we jump on this?
No.
Was there anyone amongst Unified Command, which sounds like it was kind of morphed a little bit? There was some changes in the officers from what I understand over time. But were any of those people that were involved in this circumstance concerned about the reliability of those results?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Nobody's concerned. Nobody cares. They're like, yay. Who was all there when this meeting occurred when you met with Miss Oberg, if you recall?
Prosecutor McClelland, myself, Tony Liggett, Jay. No, I don't think Jay made it. Brian Harshman, state trooper. I believe there was, right? I believe there was, we had U.S. Marshals helping at that time, one or two of those. And actually, Dave Vito was on. He wasn't there, but he was on. I had a conference call so he could hear.
What?
Couldn't see, but he could hear. And I feel like there was more than that, but I'm pretty sure Steve Mullen.
Why does Vito need to be on a call? Why the fuck is Harshman there? So this was Unified Command, maybe even plus a few extras.
Plus a few that were helping with the investigation.
Was there any discussion with Miss Oberg about the divide that exists in the, I'll call it the scientific community, about these tool mark analysis and results?
I believe she talked about, obviously, there's people that don't agree with certain scientific testing. She touched on it, but I don't recall what the group is or this or that.
Do you remember what she told you?
The only thing I can remember, honestly, is that there was a group, and obviously defense attorneys believe that group that it's not accurate. But she used information and experience and training that she has to make me believe that it is accurate.
So there was some discussion about the theory behind this discipline.
Sure.
Above and beyond just the results that were found.
Yes.
Hey, this is what we're going to be dealing with from the other side.
Well, yeah, any investigation, we know you're going to try to suppress evidence and challenge our findings. Yes, we knew that.
Do you remember her saying anything to you about judges that have found that this stuff is not reliable?
No, I do not.
You don't remember discussion about any of that?
If there was, I don't remember.
Is there any ongoing toolmark, I'll say toolmark testing or analysis in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Other than your opinion regarding this cartridge and this gun, is there any other forensic toolmark evidence that connects Richard Allen with that crime scene or this crime? I should be asking more broadly.
Any forensic technology?
Any kind of toolmark results that connect him other than this cartridge and this gun that you're talking about?
No.
All right, let's talk about cell phones. I'm assuming you did recover some cell phones from Richard Allen's home.
Yes.
And those were all pursuant to the search warrant.
Yes.
Were data dumps conducted with those?
Yes.
Was there data generated from those data dumps?
Yes.
How many phones do you remember, if you do, that were actual dumps from?
The only thing I remember about the phones is he had a lot of phones, but he admitted that the phone that he had back on February 13th, 14th time frame that we're talking, he did not have that phone anymore. But I do know that we collected computers, cell phones. I'd have to refer to the report on how many. And I didn't review the reports that came back. Someone else did, but I know we sent them to our DMRS, or our forensic analysis for cell phones. And I know that they conducted and analyzed the phones. Sorry.
Data dumps and then analyzed the results.
Yes, sir.
Were there any results that connected Richard Allen with the crime scene?
Hi, Britt. Welcome. Um, Not to my knowledge.
Hey, Brett. Were there any results that connected Richard Allen with either one of those girls?
No.
Who is your DMRS? I think you said. Who are we talking about? Who is that person?
I think they took them up north, so it would have been Scott Kruger.
Lowell?
He is out of Lowell, but he works for Grit, which is in Crown Point, which is a task force, but that's where their office is, and that's where all their tools and computers and everything are.
The gentleman that's over in Lafayette, that's part of the high-tech crime unit that they have, did they do anything in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Can't remember his name.
Sean Leshney?
Yeah, exactly.
Is that who you're talking about?
Yeah.
No.
So I'm assuming you also were able to dump some data from either one of or both of the girls' phones.
Just Liberty. Abby did not have a phone.
So you just believe that, generally speaking, she did not have a phone of her own?
Wait, whoa, where did you go? Where are you?
Oh, shit. I don't know where I went at all. I
I was
skipped
going
a
to say,
couple
like,
months.
I don't even
I
see
don't know
that
where I'm
on
going.
the page.
I coughed, and then all of a sudden I was all over the place. All right.
Okay, so
At all?
Abby did not have a phone.
At all?
She was not allowed to have a phone.
So you just believe that, generally speaking, she did not have a phone of her own?
Oh, that's where you were. Yes.
At any point before this or around the time that this happened?
Yes.
Okay, so with Libby's phone, when you dumped the data, was there any data on there that connected her in any way with Richard Allen?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you discovered any data on any phones in this investigation that connected Richard Allen with Keegan Klein?
No.
What about Richard Allen with Ron Logan? Same question, basically.
No.
What about Richard Allen with any other person of interest or suspect in this case?
I'm not sure that that's been conducted as far as, I mean, you call them person of interest or suspects, but anybody that we receive a tip on doesn't necessarily mean they're a suspect or person of interest.
Somebody you thought might have been involved in this crime?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, let's talk about the geoforensics, okay? Now we're getting outside of my realm of expertise.
Me too.
So tell me, do you know what that means generally?
I know you're talking about putting up geofences. Yeah,
Yeah.
with a post hole digger and everything else.
Yeah, putting
Jerry.
them up. Putting up a geofence. Putting it up. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Generally, yes.
I think that DB's like gonna have a heart attack during this entire conversation about how dumb both of them are regarding this topic. Oh yeah, so you're putting up the geofences. They build them. Yes. He doesn't know whose job that is, though. That's somebody else's job, and
I could never. There is no world in which I could ever see Jerry Holeman using post hole diggers to dig a hole in the ground. Have you ever used them?
he's like, that's not part of my job description.
Bro, it's hard as fuck, man. It is hard. And there's no way. I couldn't see him digging one post hole, let alone as many as he thinks needs to go up to put up a geofence.
Well, then Rosie agrees. He's like, yeah. Yeah, the ones that you put up. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so generally, yes.
Okay, so was gathering that information in this case, was it helpful to your investigation?
Yes.
Are you sure about that? Okay, did any of the information that you gathered from this geofencing, from these efforts, connect Richard Allen with these crimes?
He was in the geofence, but more than likely his phone was at his residence, it appears. He said he was using his phone, but we have no evidence that that occurred.
You also don't have the phone that he was using, right?
Correct.
So what you're saying is that with the geofence itself, you were able to detect the existence of his phone.
It was later on in the evening. I don't know what time. I don't want to give you inaccurate information.
But not necessarily the exact location of it.
Correct.
You just know it was within a certain range.
Right.
And within that range was, I assume, most of the city of Delphi and his home?
Yeah, the crime scene, his home. Yeah, pretty close.
See that?
And Courtney's right.
Oh yeah, Jerry, he wasn't in the geofencing. He was in the tower dump at like 5 p.m. Right. That's what I'm like. I don't think he even understands what he's talking about. Like, to have him answering any of these questions, he's like the geofencing that we put up, that we built around the crime scene, was like a paternity test. Like, that's what you're gonna get. It's like he doesn't know what he's talking about. And he's talking about like it being later in the evening. Okay, well, where was this phone earlier in the day? You got him in this geofence. Well, what about the geofence that's happening during the time of the crime that you say happened from 2:30 to 3:30? Like, why? That's what I'm not like. If he's asking about this geofencing, why isn't that the question? Like, why isn't that what he's answering? Why is he talking about what he was doing at 5 o'clock that night, or any time
Because
that
that's
night?
the only data that he has.
But he built the geofence.
Yeah, and then he was very tired. He didn't have time to read all the results.
Okay, so and within that range was, I assume, most of the city of Delphi in his home?
Yeah, the crime scene, his home. Yeah, pretty close.
Wasn't overly helpful, basically?
No, it wasn't. It was not.
Okay, let's talk about social media activity. I think this is a very big missed opportunity by Rosie of not having more information on this, but I'm not sure that Holeman would really be the one to ask the questions to anyway. But I guess that's neither here nor there at this point. Okay, let's talk about social media activity, okay? Do you believe that your law enforcement team conducted I'll call it an exhaustive search regarding the social media activities regarding the girls at or near the time this crime was committed?
Yes.
100% True Crime Butterfly. 100. And have you found any information in the course of that part of the investigation that connects Richard Allen to the girls?
No.
What about any information that would connect Richard Allen to the crime scene? Social media.
Social media only, no.
The area, Marissa said the area has accurate enough geofencing for hundreds of people to have locate the geocache on the geocaching app that was on the bridge. That's a great
good
fucking
point.
It's a
Yeah.
great point. Well, it doesn't even seem like they did geofencing from the 2:30 to 3:30 time frame that they're saying was the time that these murders occurred. So I'm very confused on that. It's like we can't get a clear answer on the geofencing info. We never have been able to. Any social media activity that connects Richard Allen to any suspect in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Just with respect to, let's talk about Richard Allen's social media activity specifically, okay? Did you have a chance to conduct an investigation into that activity?
Me personally, no, but it has been done, yes.
And from what you know, or from your knowledge, was there any information that was discovered in the course of that investigation that was of interest to your team?
Through social media?
Yeah.
No.
Have you discovered, I say you, has your team discovered any social media activity in this case that you believe is connected in any way to this crime?
Yes.
I think I already know what you're going to say, but just tell me, just to make sure, what is it?
Are you talking about social media? Anybody?
Any social activity you think was connected with this crime?
So Anthony underscore shots is a fictitious profile used by Keegan Klein, and he was somebody using Anthony Shots was communicating with the girls
Okay.
that day, that morning.
So it's your opinion that those communications were connected with the act that occurred, the criminal act,
I believe that those communications were why the girls went to the bridge.
which led to the homicide. Oh, sorry.
No,
Okay. That's you.
which led to the homicide. Yes.
Okay. But do you think that the homicide was just coincidental?
I mean, it could be. I mean, obviously,
You don't know?
stranger things have happened. No, I do not know.
If that's your
That's the
answer,
answer.
that's your answer. You don't know.
Correct.
Are you still investigating that actively? I think you told me earlier you were.
As far as,
Well, just the nature and the connection between those social media communications and Rick Allen.
yes.
Is that basically encompassed by what you mentioned to me earlier in interviewing people?
Can you?
Yeah, let me withdraw that question.
Yes.
Tell me what are you doing actively to try and connect the dots between those social media communications and Richard Allen?
Okay. Yeah. Well, I said earlier, as far as still searching phone data, still interviewing people to see if there was any connection with Keegan Klein. And it should be noted too, I forgot earlier when you asked a question about if we thought Keegan could possibly be associated with Richard Allen. One of his first statements was when he, with his other attorney, he said that, you know, he accused his dad of doing it. But he, in his first statement, said it was my dad and a friend of his in Delphi. So, just a side note, and then I'll repeat that. If you know anything about what um Reese Davis has said, he has said that same thing.
What about it being Keegan Klein and Ron Logan?
Yeah, and like and another person,
Right,
which could be his dad. Like that's three people.
right.
Um, so but in his first statement said it was my dad and a friend of his in Delphi. And that's as close as we've gotten so far to any type of connection, anybody with Keegan Klein or his father, Jerry Anthony Klein. Really his whole name.
Yeah, gotta say his whole name. So as close as they've gotten to finding a connection between Keegan Klein and Richard Allen is number one, Keegan Klein's statement stating that his dad did it with a friend in Delphi, with his
But they
friend
have
from Delphi.
no connection to him being a friend of Jerry Klein.
They don't even have any connection to a friend in Delphi. Have they even connected anybody to Tony Klein that lived
In
in
Delphi?
Delphi?
I don't think so.
I mean, they investigated that for how many years? I don't. So they should obviously
Six?
already know of a connection. Like, oh, his
Yeah.
friend in Delphi. Would that be this person that we know is friends with him because we've already conducted this investigation, or this friend because we already conducted this investigation?
Hmm.
Like, you would know who he has if he even has a fucking friend in Delphi because you've
Hmm.
done this for the last 2.5 years prior. So I want to address a couple things in chat really quick. So Sarah, it is ironic that the same people who think Elvis Fields wasn't smart enough to be involved believe that Holeman is smart enough to lead the investigation.
Hmm.
I could not agree more. 1,000%. And then for Shaboobies, the only info we get here is that Rick was in the dump around 5 p.m.
Yeah, and he was probably at his house.
I think there's some confusion because he's asking him about geofencing, and what our understanding is that the evening tower dumps show that Rick Allen was at home, and the tower dumps are not the same thing as the geofence.
Yeah, he wasn't in the geofence.
Right. So, and once again, nobody's talking about the actual geofence that would have been done around the time that the state suspects the murders happened.
Right.
I agree, Miranda. I'd love to see the interviews of Tony Klein. Like my son said, what? What? Okay. Tony Klein didn't acknowledge any connection with Richard Allen.
No, he has not.
He's denied that connection.
I believe he has denied it, yes.
Let's talk about computers. You rounded up some computers from Mr. Allen's residence, or at least some hard drives. Are you aware of that? And then McClellan says, I think this is a good place to take a break. Or are you going to? And Rosie's like, what? And McClellan's like, is this a good place to take a break? Rosie's like, yeah. McClellan's like, I need to use the restroom real quick. I kind of wanted to stop at a topic break here. Rosie's like, that's fine. And then they resume. So Rosie says, I realize I overlooked a couple of questions about social media before we get on to computers here. Have you discovered any social media related evidence that connects anyone else to the scene of the crime?
No.
Have you discovered any social media evidence, activity, or evidence that connects anyone else to either of the girls?
Not to my knowledge, no.
All right. I asked you about computers. So there were computers or hard drives that were taken from Richard Allen's residence. Are you generally familiar with that?
I am.
Was there any information extracted from those devices that in any way connected him with the crimes?
No.
Let's talk about some of the other types of forensic evidence. We'll start with fingerprints. Are fingerprints extracted? Any fingerprints extracted from the scene?
No.
Was there any discussion amongst the Unified Command about how there was a lack of evidence?
I'm sure there was, yes.
Not one profile was extracted from anywhere around that scene, right?
Usable profiles, no.
Okay. Were there any partials?
Partial profiles.
Yes.
We talked about earlier, yes.
I'm talking about fingerprints.
No fingerprints. No fingerprints.
What about shoe prints? Any profiles of shoe prints? Understanding that's a little different than fingerprints.
Right.
I remember that Hoosier cold cases. There was always a rumor that fingerprints were that somebody contaminated the scene. I've wondered when we went to trial and we found out that that there was male DNA on the sweatshirt, what they ended up putting into CODIS. I've always wondered if that's was just a communication on what evidence was messed with, but there was a rumor about that a long time ago. That they just got rid of it. They just accidentally lost it. Another thing that they accidentally lost was this one fingerprint that they supposedly had. They were extracted from the scene.
They were photographed, but not extracted.
Or were photographed?
Yeah.
Were those analyzed?
No, not to my knowledge. We looked at them, but I don't think they've been analyzed per se.
So there is these prints, these shoe prints.
They've been looked at with their eyes, but they've not analyzed them.
Photographed them.
No impressions.
No impressions. And nobody bothered to do anything with the photographs, probably because
that's wrong. They did look at them. They
looked at them.
Yes.
And just went, oh, look at.
They don't look important.
Did anybody ever ask anybody to figure out the size of the fucking shoe?
Bro, do you know how small Richard Allen's feet are? Because he's only 5'4".
Yeah, I mean,
you were a man's size 6 or something. Something.
He had I think he had a few different ones. But basically a 7'8".
Yeah.
Or 6'7".
I feel that would be important to know. Even if you were just trying to determine if it was the girl's shoes or a perpetrator, I don't know why shoe prints wouldn't be important.
Yeah. Why isn't there anything to compare?
A size marker in the photo, at least.
Right.
They weren't trying too hard, if we're being honest.
Okay, was there ever any attempt to take those photographs and offer them up to some kind of analyst?
No,
I did, Keith. Have you ever done that before?
I have not. No.
Is there a process for taking shoe prints and having them analyzed, if you will?
There is, and that would be the crime scene investigators would do that. So they would have more knowledge than I would of it.
Of the process?
Yes.
Whatever it wasn't done in this case.
No.
Why?
I was told that where they found the footprints was where the search party on the other side was. And there were so many, they just photographed them and weren't able to determine if it was actually involved in the crime.
So some of it had to do with just the raw volume of prints that were in the area.
Yes.
Then that's what the CSI said during trial too, is that they just didn't, there was just too many. They figured they were searchers. Was there trial testimony that the girls' shoes were muddy? If so, in the crime scene pic, the white, this is Michael saying this, by the way, was there trial testimony that the girls' shoes were muddy? If so, in the crime scene pic, the white on Abby's Converses is shiny bright and not muddy at all. And obviously we have the close-up of the Nike in the water, and
Doesn't
that's
look like it ever stepped on any dirt.
right. And I get that it was in the water, but
people wash their tennis shoes all the time and they don't come that clean. So you're telling me that they got that clean just from regular creek water and no detergent?
I don't remember anybody testifying that there was mud on the shoes. I remember, and I think it was Datsman, or it might have been a lady. I don't know. It was one of them that testified about there being mud on the pants. And that's the only thing I remember about even mentioning mud at all. Was on Libby's jeans that were on Abby. I don't think anybody testified about the shoes.
We'd have to look to be sure.
Yeah, I don't. Woman says Abby's shoes and pants. That somebody testified about it being on Abby's shoes and pants. I don't remember the shoes being mentioned. I do remember in the DNA, when they were talking about the DNA, that's where they did find animal hairs on the bottom of the shoes. The shoes being muddy is part of the case that the girls went across the creek. Well, I think that's ridiculous. I fiend. You're not 6'13". That's not even a height. Nice try, trying to get one past me. Calling her Shafooties now. Shafooties. Hi, Laura. Yeah, the shoe that was in the creek was very clean. I only remember the pants being mentioned too. Right, and they only tested those hairs to show that they were non-human. Well, they didn't want to test anything. Nothing. They didn't want to test any of it. Are you looking for that right now or no?
Me?
Yeah.
Hell no.
Okay. Well, I was waiting because I thought you said you were going to look real quick.
Oh, no.
Oh, okay. Never mind then. I was holding off because I thought I was giving you a chance to
no.
look through things. Okay, so were there any that you were aware of that were photographed or discovered on the Mears side of the creek?
Not to my knowledge, no. Yeah, no.
Let's talk about the surveillance video, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I commented on this yesterday. There's a lot of surveillance video in this case, right? I mean, thousands of hours of video.
Yes.
And you're generally familiar with the locations where a lot of that video came from, like the circumstances?
Somewhat familiar, yes.
Hey, Steven. Was there any surveillance video that was collected in this case that connected Richard Allen to that particular crime scene?
Yes.
Tell me what that is.
Who's Your Harvest Store? There's a video of a vehicle matching the vehicle that he owned, matching the description of a vehicle that he owned. And then through his interviews, he stated that he traveled that way in a vehicle. And we
Bullshit.
have that vehicle on the video.
Bullshit. He did not say that. What's the matching description?
It was, I believe it was a black car. He said he was driving at the time. He parked over at the old CPS building. He referred to it as something else.
He being Richard Allen?
Yeah, Richard Allen referred to the site that he parked to as something else. He didn't refer to it as the old CPS building. That's what it was.
It's all bullshit. So what do you recall about the description from the video? Was it just a black car?
It was a vehicle that he owned at the time.
Did you watch that video yourself?
I did not watch the whole video. I believe I was shown a still shot of the vehicle compared to his vehicle.
How would you describe the vehicle?
I would describe it as being matching the description of the vehicle that he was driving at that time.
What was that?
I can't remember exactly the type of vehicle. Subaru, I believe.
Hold on real quick. Woman sent me something.
Mm-hmm.
What am I looking for here?
I don't know. What are you looking for?
The right Converse, the left Converse. There was fibrous material, possible blood on the tongue, hair, not human. Just that.
Oh, Converse is what you're looking for.
Yeah, well, I don't know if I would have put that on that list.
Did you put mud on anything else?
I don't think so. Okay, I can't remember exactly if that's you. You said, I'm sorry?
I believe it was a Subaru. I'd have to refer to the report to give you the most accurate answer.
Was there any other surveillance video that was recovered that connected Richard Allen to the crimes in this case?
No.
Was there any surveillance video that you recovered that contained any information about Richard Allen's whereabouts on February 13th, 2017, other than what we talked about?
No.
Something from here in town or his employer or anything like that?
No.
Is there any surveillance video that contains images of Richard Allen at the trail on February 13th of 2017?
No.
Let's talk about what I've titled here as hate crimes, okay? That's kind of my general description. Did any part of your investigation focus on the possibility that these deaths could have resulted from a hate crime
Yes.
of some sort?
Yes.
Tell me what the focus was.
The focus was how the bodies were found and that they had sticks laid on top of them. And I forget the exact investigator that brought up a term called Odinism. So Sergeant Steve Buckley reached out to a professor at Purdue that he actually was out of the country at the time. And we did not release the photos, but we released a sketch of the sticks, how they were laid, and some other information. And that Purdue professor, I can't remember his name, said that it was not Odinism or any type of cult worshiping or any type of a group that would have conducted the crime. And then
Bullshit.
also, we reached out to a private company that sent to a retired Pennsylvania state trooper and a retired psychologist or psychiatrist. I can't remember which. It might be both. I don't know. And I can't remember their names. I know the retired trooper was Pazapoli, and they teach classes for a group on crime scene analysis and hate crimes. And they were up here for a week, and they reviewed the data as well and said it was not a hate crime. FBI's BAU looked into it. I don't remember if they determined one way or the other. We also had U.S. Marshals BAU, Behavior Analysis Unit, look at it. And she said it was not anything related to a hate crime. And her term was, it was an undoing. Laid the sticks not to touch the body, but put the other sticks over to block the wounds that Richard Allen created on the girls. It was called an undoing. There was no signs of any type of hate crime. So those are the experts that told us that it was not.
So let's talk about the Purdue professor. What's his or her name?
We'd have to refer to the reports. I didn't get a chance to look at that.
Okay, can you tell me the timing of when that occurred?
That was early on in the investigation, yeah.
Did you ever talk to the professor?
I did not. I talked to Sergeant Steve Buckley, who was in communication with them.
Did you ever take a look on your own to see what this professor's qualifications were?
No, but I know Steve did, and I don't know what his background was, but he studies that Norwegian Nordic culture that Odinism is.
So you've never spoken with that person directly?
I have not, no.
Let's talk about this Pennsylvania connection that you mentioned. I think you said Zapoli. Did you communicate with any of those people directly?
I did, yes.
When did that, I'll call it that analysis take place, or that inquiry?
Probably, I don't recall. It was later on, years after we had multiple people review the case, but he was referred to us by I forget who. I don't remember the year.
Do you think it was this year?
No.
I'm going to kind of try to help refresh your memory. Do you think it was last year?
No.
Do you think it was possibly
18 or 19, I'm guessing.
Okay, I'm going to use this. Before COVID?
Before COVID, yes.
That seems to be a threshold these days that people remember. All right. And then with regard to the FBI, you said they took a look at it too in the same context. Can you tell me the timing of that?
That would have been early on as well, within months, 2017.
Did you communicate with any of those people with regard to that inquiry?
In a group, they presented their findings verbally to Unified Command via a phone call.
What do you recall about those findings?
Just what I said earlier.
Basically, they said it's not connected?
There's not enough information to prove that it was a hate crime or organized group that committed it.
Okay, that might be a little different to me if I interpret that. So they were saying that they couldn't make a definitive conclusion because there just wasn't enough information.
No, they were saying that if it was a hate crime, there would be no doubt. There would be so much there that you would know.
In your opinion, they were saying it's not a hate crime.
That's my yes.
Is there any recording, audio, video of this particular conversation that occurred, this meeting with the FBI?
No.
Why was none of that memorialized?
We asked for a report and they didn't give us a report. They said they wanted to have a phone conversation with us. So we agreed to have a phone conversation with the FBI, that analyst.
So my experience, forgive me, but cops document about every step they take these days. Why would the FBI not want to put that in a report?
You would have to ask the FBI.
Well, did you ask the FBI?
No, I did not.
Why not?
They said they wanted to relay the information to us via phone, and we agreed to have them do that.
But you didn't record it or anything?
No.
Well, what about the U.S. Marshals? When did that occur, if you could estimate?
That occurred just more recently, 21, 22.
Why was it that that inquiry was made with the U.S. Marshals in 21 or 22?
Just getting more opinions. U.S. Marshals came on into the investigation later. So they said, hey, we have this. We want to try to use this resource. And we agreed to use the resource.
Okay, so you had been through 3, I'll say, inquiries about this, and then you chose to do this with the Marshals.
Yes.
And was that memorialized in a document?
I believe there is a report, yes.
What was their conclusion that was drawn?
Same as I told you earlier, that I know it was a she, I can't remember her name either, but she stated that it was an undoing.
Okay, so that's where the undoing reference came from, was from the Marshals?
Yes.
And that's the term you recall them using, or her using?
Yes.
Were any of these particular inquiries driven by anything above and beyond what you saw at the crime scene, like the sticks and all of that?
No.
was there any information that you received by any tipsters, or I'll call them, anyone that assisted with this investigation, that there might be some kind of hate crime or extremist group involved with this?
So that was kind of a two-part question. You want me to answer it?
Let me break it down for you and make it a better question.
Okay.
Did you receive any tips during the investigation that suggested that this crime was carried out by a hate group? I'm using that phrase really broadly.
Right. I understand your question. No, I don't believe there was tips initially until maybe some later on, but there's no tips received.
I'm talking about during the whole investigation.
Specifically being a hate crime, I don't recall.
Okay, well, what about a crime that was motivated by some extremist group? I hope we're talking about the same thing here rather than some random act.
Right. Like a cult?
Yeah.
No, I don't recall any tips.
Was there any other information that was generated, maybe by the officers in the investigation, that suggested that, hey, this was carried out by some extremist group, aside from the things we talked about at the crime scene?
No.
The sticks.
That's the only reason why anybody would have followed up on that, because of how the crime scene was. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to pause here because I have a couple things that I want to try to figure out. So they talked to the Purdue professor. And according to Holeman, he says, nope, nothing to do with anything like any type of Norse anything, because Steve Buckley knows about Norse religion and he suggested it. Now, if you remember back in the day, Purdy says that when he brought up Odinism or Norse paganism, when he, after he learned about the crime scene, he was told no, not to look into it. They already had this Purdue professor who said, no, it's not that. Okay, so if we're going to stick with this, that's the story, is the Purdue professor says it's a no-go, right? Don't worry about it. Like, it's not going to be part of it. The FBI is there pretty early on, and they also look into it, and their BAU team comes in and says, yeah, nope, nothing to do with a hate crime, nothing to do with these malicious groups, nothing to do with any of that. Okay, so now we've not only got the Purdue professor who says no, we've got the Unified Command who's saying, of course, no, and then you've got the FBI who, according to Holeman, is saying no. Okay, so let's go with that. Now everybody's saying no. Why in the world, in come 2018, 2019, did you even bring it back up? And then why in 2021 or 2022 is anybody at the marshals even looking at it? Where is it coming from that these people would even be looking at it anymore?
They don't ever really clear anything, I guess.
Well,
except for Holder and Patrick Westfall.
And remember, then you have the second interview with Brad Holder, where they're saying that it's totally off the record and we only find out about it because of Brad Holder, and they're only talking to him because they want more insight into this Nordic belief system. Why in the world is anybody still talking to Brad Holder about this Nordic belief system?
Because he was considered an expert.
But you closed it out from the beginning because the Purdue professors already told you no.
Sounds like they just wanted extra, like another expert to tell them it had nothing to do with that, maybe.
Okay, but that's all 2017. So now 2018, 2019, you're bringing it up again to have another BAU unit look at it. And then 21, 22, you're still bringing it up again and having another team of people look at it. If you don't think it has anything to, my whole point of this is this whole ruling it out at the beginning, because number one, we know the Purdue professor never fucking said that was a lie. We've seen his report now from Discovery, and we know that that's not what he said. He tries to backtrack and be like, well, I was only kind of just saying if it had been that, this is what it would look like. And then we also know that none of these people are talking about that the sticks are to cover up the bodies. Nobody has said that. Even this second BAU unit of the marshals is coming in and saying that the sticks have to do with the undoing. So we're still talking about magical thinking. We're not talking about anything to do with it not having something to do with this group. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, it's like they went back and tried to erase the beginning and say, nope, we stopped looking at it because of the Purdue professor said no. But they didn't stop looking at it. They kept looking at it, and they only said it's not once the defense team wants to use it as a defense. And then they make it all into this like, oh my gosh, it's just so silly. Like, it's just like hocus pocus and these, these crazy, internet people who want to say that it's Odinism. But they actually were going to different agencies over multiple years and having people talk about it because there were people who actually thought it. So they only stopped thinking it because Richard Allen had no connection to Odinism, not because Odinism had no connection to the crime. Just want people to be clear on that.
Right. You're welcome.
Magic bullet, magic dirt, magic moisture. Sleuthy keeps doing that while I'm talking. That is what we call gaslighting. Yes.
Yes, we're still here. Fuck, we're only on page 71.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to see if we can how far we can make it. Sorry, I keep kind of going off. That just doesn't make sense to me.
It was requested.
Okay, and then you have where he says, okay, where does it say it
at? Yeah, okay, DB. DB said I'd never flash unsightly things on a screen
by watching you.
Serious circumstances.
By watching you. Hold on. Right here. So he says, that's the second part I want to show you. Okay, so Rosie says, were any of these particular inquiries driven by anything above and beyond what you saw at the crime scene, like the sticks and all of that? He says no, okay? Like, no, it's not. It's driven by the sticks and everything at the crime scene. He then reiterates again down here when he says, Rosie says, so aside from the things we talked about at the crime scene, he says no. And Rosie says the sticks. And his answer is that's the only reason why anybody would have followed up on that because of how the crime scene was. Yes. So he never believed that the sticks were put there to cover the bodies. That was never a belief system of the Unified Command until they needed it to be so that it didn't have to do with Odinism. And he essentially tells you that. Okay, so any kind of inquiry that you made to Purdue, to the FBI, to the marshals, to the Pennsylvania law enforcement authorities was all generated by law enforcement means.
Yes.
And that basically was driven by the sticks that you talked about earlier.
Yes.
You go ahead and say it, Holeman. Any other circumstances at the crime scene that drove law enforcement to inquire about any of that?
Not to my knowledge. Be more specific. I might be able to answer that question that you're asking.
Well, the wounds on the girls, the location of the bodies, anything at all that was what I would call part of the material, part of the crime scene.
No.
That drove those suspicions.
No.
We're on crime scene. Let's talk about that. So in this case, was there a concerted effort by the law enforcement community to maintain some confidentiality with regard to that crime scene?
I don't think there was any whatever words you used.
Concerted effort. Pretty common.
I mean, there's just an understanding as a state police investigator. You don't talk about your investigation with the public or anything like that. There was no, for lack of a better term, gag order put on them at all until later. You're talking about just the crime scene?
Yeah, and we know from people who've been in chat, I don't know if Veronica's even here, but they were looking at crime scene pictures that were being passed around the town back in the day.
People that were at the crime scene? No, not to my knowledge.
In my experience, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, in my experience in dealing with crime scenes, it's pretty important to try to maintain some privacy with what happened at the particular scene, at least for a period of time early in the investigations, right?
Yes.
The way I understand it is one of the ways to test the veracity of evidence and people maybe making confessions and things is to determine whether or not they had intimate details about crime scenes.
Absolutely.
And I get the impression in this case that that was pretty important, was not to just go out among the town folk and start telling everybody what happened.
That is correct. Yes.
Because you were wanting to make sure that if there was evidence that came later or individuals that maybe acknowledged some participation in this crime, that what they were telling you was authentic and accurate.
Right. We call it protecting the integrity of the case.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so there was an effort, that's a leading question, but there was an effort to protect the integrity of this particular case.
Not specifically. It's just that as a detective, CSIs, we know how important that is.
Did you share?
It's just knowledge.
I should let you finish. Go ahead.
It's just knowledge that we don't share intimate details of a crime scene with anybody.
What about the family?
No,
Has that ever been done?
not to my knowledge. I've never shared any intimate knowledge of the crime scene, how it was located. I know that some of that information was leaked out by, I believe, search member parties.
Was that also part of your investigation?
What?
Leaked information. In other words, kind of an investigation within your investigation to figure out who was leaking information.
We had detectives looking to see if who was leaking information. Yes.
What prompted you to look into that?
Probably social media and things that were getting released in social media and podcasts. We were trying to figure out who was giving that information.
Can you give me an example of that? I'm trying to kind of follow along with you here. I'm thinking more Billy Smith down at the bar talking about things. You're like, wait a minute, he shouldn't know that.
Right.
Talk to me about social media. What kind of things?
This social media, and we'll call them web sleuths, people on the internet saying this, putting out false information. So at some point, I know our public information officers would reach out to through the media saying, please don't release false information, because a lot of the information that was being leaked was false or exaggerated. So some of it was accurate. I don't recall specific details of what was released to them, but so that was later on in the investigation where we were battling with the podcasters, social media, and also just general, like you said, Billy Smith down in the bar. But it's intensified now with social media because they can put anything on the internet.
As you sit here today, can you recall anything specific, any specific information from the crime scene that you were involved with that you followed up with?
No,
Is there anything that you have knowledge of in terms of this type of information that you were like, hey, we need to look into this? If you were kind of prioritizing, I get the impression there were a lot of podcasters talking about a lot of things.
right. I can't think of any specific details, just general information being released. Like you said, it's frustrating to investigators because we want to be able to protect the integrity of the investigation. When we do hear something, either a confession or somebody heard somebody say something incriminating, then we want to be able to know that they didn't get it off the internet.
Did you do a good job as a unit in maintaining the integrity of the scene in this case?
I believe so, yes.
Do you believe that there were any material breaches of that integrity, that scene integrity?
Once we secured the scene, no.
Did you ever talk to anyone that was on either one of these search committees about this problem? That, hey, there's material floating around out here that is of concern to us. Were you responsible for?
No, I was not.
Did any of your team ever do that?
Yes. I don't know who has contacted them, but yes. They have been contacted about releasing information, yes.
Basically told not to do it?
Yes.
So I guess to make sure you understand what I'm asking is, did you receive some information from any of these internet sleuths or podcasters that you specifically said somebody needs to go talk to this person on the search team about that information?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell me what you recall about that?
I believe one of the search members had released some information about the crime scene, so how the girls were found. I don't know the details, and that someone from the team went and talked to them. I don't know who it was.
Do you know who the search member was?
I believe it was DJ Erskines.
DJ?
Erskines. Erskins.
Tell me everything you remember about that circumstance.
Basically what I just told you. I don't know the circumstances. I just know that he had released some information and it got out to web sleuths and podcasters. And then we talked to him and told him somebody in our team talked to him and said,
Shut your mouth.
please withhold that information to help us investigate it.
So they didn't say shut your mouth?
I'm sure they absolutely said shut your mouth.
So just for timeline purposes, if anybody is unaware, these are the depositions that are happening where Mitch Westerman supposedly goes in and takes pictures of the exhibits that Baldwin and Rosie were using in these depositions. So the whole crime scene photo leak has not occurred yet at this point in time.
It really does, Courtney.
So it's a lot of foreshadowing, but I also find it interesting that,
and the ones that got leaked happen to be the ones that were shown to this fucker in his deposition.
And the other weird thing is that all these other leaks of information throughout all the years, Holeman says he had nothing to do with any of them. He wasn't the one who went and looked into what the leak was. He wasn't the one who contacted the podcasters or the leakers, but he knows somebody did. All of these.
Bro, he was the lead investigator, and he literally says he didn't do anything.
Well, that's why I don't think he's the lead investigator, but that's neither here nor there. But
he didn't even. It sounds like the analyst did everything.
He did not go out and talk to any of those people.
Nope.
But guess who talks to everybody? Every single person involved in the crime scene photo leak.
Yep.
Guess who talks to every single person? This fucking guy.
He also supposedly talked to Elvis. And his name came up again here recently. I'm trying to think of what exactly it was. Where I was like, Jerry again, really?
Let me see. Apricot, Jerry Holeman thinks integrity. Oh shit, I just lost that. Where did it go? Jerry Holeman thinks integrity is a brand of adult diapers that he wouldn't trust because it's not as good as a paternity test. Okay, so do you know if this information was in some type of tangible form or if he was just telling people stuff?
I don't recall.
But there is a law enforcement official, a police officer, presumably somewhere, that dealt with this?
Yes.
You just don't know who it is?
That is correct.
You don't fucking know anything. Do you believe sex played a role in this particular crime?
I believe it was potentially sexually motivated. I don't believe there's any, or the evidence leads me to believe that there was not any sexual misconduct with the girls.
Okay. That there was no touching, so to speak, or anything like that.
Could have been touching. There's no signs of sexual activity with the girls.
What information that you gathered leads you to believe that it may have been sexually motivated? I think those were your words.
I hope he's on the phone with Douglas as we speak.
The thing is he's not going to be able to do anything about it because he's not going to be able to talk publicly. So all he's going to be able to do is run to his little podcaster friends to try to change a narrative into this is what he said and this is why he said what he said, or, blah, blah,
Except
blah.
we're putting the whole thing out unredacted, so they can try to twist it all they want. There's nothing to try to replace the words or anything like that.
Yeah, his new bosses won't let him talk anymore publicly, unless it's at CrimeCon.
Could have been touching. There's no signs of sexual activity with the girls. Yeah, right there. One.
What information that you gathered leads you to believe that it may have been sexually motivated? I think those were your words.
How the girls were found.
Tell me what you mean by that.
Liberty was completely naked, and Abby at one point had her clothes off.
Is that the evidence that lends you to believe that this was sexually motivated?
Yes.
Anything else?
No.
I think you just told me this, but there's no forensic evidence to support any of that.
That is correct. There's no signs of it.
So everything that you believe, there's no forensic evidence to support it. And you're like, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, there's no evidence to support my theory.
That's
That's
just what I
literally
think.
what I just said. Who let this guy be a cop? He's a
Mhm.
fucking moron. Yeah, he's like, yeah, no, there's no evidence to support any of that theory I just told you. Yeah, there's no signs of it. And there's no other, like, I'll call it electronic forensic evidence that supports that either.
No.
Let's talk about Richard Allen's cooperation, communications with the police, okay?
Okay.
When did you first become aware that Richard Allen actually reached out to law enforcement authorities early in the case and provided them with information?
I don't recall the exact date, but it would have been in end of 2022.
And how did you come across that information?
Tony Liggett called me and said that I knew that we were going back and looking at certain documentations to make sure. We've done it multiple times. Oh, but you missed it all the other times?
Yeah, I missed it every other fucking time.
Yep. And he called me one evening saying, "Hey, we found some information. Does the name Richard Allen ring a bell?" And I said, "No, not off the top of my head." And then he told me about the information that they found.
Wouldn't have you asked if Richard Whiteman sounded familiar?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't have asked if Richard Allen rang a bell. You would have asked if Richard Whiteman rang a bell.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when he told you that, was it your impression that there had been some work already done kind of from a law enforcement standpoint to connect
Yes.
Richard Allen with the scene?
Yes.
More than just saying, hey, we've got a report that there was a guy that talked to one of our officers?
Not much more, yeah.
Okay, so what is your understanding about what contact occurred between Richard Allen and, let's just get to it, Lieutenant Doolin? I think is what somebody told me.
Captain.
Oh, Captain. I'm sorry, you're right. I did hear that too. He
He may have been a lieutenant then.
Yeah, he obviously had to get promoted. At the time when he reached out to them.
So what I recall is that there was numerous law enforcement agencies involved. I do recall that the Department of Natural Resources being involved. I don't remember specifically who, but obviously Dan Doolin had received a tip to contact Richard Allen that I don't know how he contacted somebody that he was out there. And Dan Doolin met him and did a handwritten report, and that's pretty much all I know. It's
So
basically not.
after all this time and in 2023, he doesn't know who Richard Allen contacted to begin with.
Nope. Just that Doolin went out to talk to him.
Do you know anything more about that meeting other than what's referenced in the report?
No.
I mean, I guess maybe a better question is, have you sat down with Officer Doolin and just had a discussion about this?
I have not.
Why was it that it took 5 years for this information to be communicated amongst your group of investigators?
That's a great question. I wish I could explain it.
So you don't know why? Is that the answer?
I don't know why, no.
Do you think that there was some error in processing the information?
There was an error. I don't know if it was processing it or whatever you want to call it, but at some point it got lost in the shuffle and entered incorrectly.
So when you say entered incorrectly, you're talking about some kind of data entry that was made
Yes.
that may have been partially the cause of this?
Yes.
Was there any point in time when Richard Allen refused to cooperate with law enforcement in this case?
Yes.
Tell me when that point in time occurred.
I don't know the exact date and time, but we met with Richard Allen at the command center. Steve Mullen and Tony Liggett brought him in, went and picked him up at his house, brought him over and conducted an interview. At some point, he got frustrated with the investigators and stopped cooperating, basically. We asked him for consent to search, consent to give DNA, and he did not cooperate in that consent or that capacity.
This was shortly before his arrest?
Yes, probably a couple of weeks before.
Were there times when you asked Richard Allen to assist you in this investigation and he did cooperate?
I would say that's a fair statement.
Tell me when those times occurred and what happened.
I mean, he came in and talked to us the initial time, and then he came to the state police post where I had contact with him, so he cooperated in that sense.
So on 2 different occasions, you asked him to meet with you to talk about this case, right?
Second one, the first one, they went to his house, yeah, and asked him to come in, and he did, yes.
Did he know? Well, is it your opinion that he knew that you were wanting to talk to him about this case on both of those occasions?
I think that's a fair statement, yes.
In other words, there wasn't any kind of ambush or surprise attack here. Like, hey, come and talk to us about your grandmother or something that's going on at work. And then,
No, absolutely not.
you mean like come and pick up your car?
Yeah.
Okay. And on both of those occasions, he came in and sat down and talked to you.
Yes.
He didn't lawyer up or anything like that.
He never asked for legal representation, no.
Other than those 2 occasions, and I want to make sure I'm familiar with the facts here, was there a third occasion then when you asked him to come and talk to you?
No. Well, not come and ask. I didn't ask him.
Clarify for me.
I went and attempted to talk to him a third time, yes. And
Where was that?
it was at Westville Correctional Facility. So when he had attorneys. Okay.
Again, didn't Liggett go too?
These motherfuckers are something else.
Didn't Liggett go too? Or am I just mixing him up with Holeman at this point in my brain? I swear Liggett tried to go too. And no, the attorneys didn't know anything about it.
Oh, these motherfuckers.
Yes. Rick ran intellectual laps around Jerome every time they conversed. I know when mushroom season is, all right. What do I look like, an idiot? Yeah, all 3 went T. But did they go at separate time? Okay, never mind. She's like scroll, which is always my issue. I start like asking questions and then the answer comes. Okay, so we're already on to Westville. So basically there were 2. I'll call them interviews with Mr. Allen that he cooperated with. And then the third one was when you're saying he wasn't cooperative, when he stopped answering questions.
Hold on.
Did they all go together? Go scroll. They all 3 went the fucking Hardy Boys. They went on a field trip together to try to get him to talk without his attorneys. Yeah, did Doolin do a depo? I don't think so. I don't think they deposed Doolin.
You ready?
Yeah.
Well, he didn't answer any questions the third time.
Okay.
I'm saying the first 2 times he was uncooperative because he stopped answering, and we asked him to do some things to help us in the investigation, and he refused to do them, such as consent to give us his DNA.
Okay.
Oh, and consent to search, take a polygraph. He denied all that. He wouldn't cooperate with us on that aspect.
Were all of those contacts with Rick Allen either audio or videotaped?
Yes.
So you never had contact with him while he was in this community without audio or video?
No. Even when I transported him, I had audio.
So where's the conversation that he supposedly has with him where he's saying, doesn't matter, it's all done now anyway?
Mm-hmm.
Where's that conversation? Because he's saying he always had audio or video. So he's lying. Did you also at some point request some assistance from his wife?
Yes.
Was she cooperative with you?
She did. She did come in and interview multiple times. I'm not sure how many.
I'd love to see those too. Was there ever any time when she wasn't cooperating?
No.
So then you mentioned that there was a third visit at Westville with Richard Allen, right?
Yes.
When did that occur? I don't expect you to give me the exact date.
Again, I don't know the dates, but it was shortly after he was transported up there. I would say maybe within a couple of days after, within a week.
Who made the visit?
It was Steve Mullen, Tony Liggett, and I.
What was the purpose of the visit?
Oh, you motherfuckers. Unified Command, Prosecutor McClelland, and the rest of us discussed he's had some time now. He knows that we weren't, pulling any punches, so to speak. And he's had some time to think about what occurred. And he had not at any point, to our knowledge, requested legal representation. And so we thought maybe we could go up and clarify some things and get another statement from him. That was the gist of it. So basically, we put him in timeout in solitary confinement in a
this is what
maximum
you
security prison, the most maximally secured in all of Indiana, because we wanted him to think about whether he wanted to give us another statement or not. We
Right.
wanted him to know we weren't fucking around.
Right. We gave him some time up there and was like, this is what's going to happen to you.
Yep.
If you don't fucking cooperate. You haven't requested legal representation, although at this point you actually had requested it.
Nick
And
was told that he had representation.
right.
And still allowed them to go up there.
Also, he either gets a public defender or hires his own attorney. He wrote to the court that mail is just lost in the multiverse somewhere and then gets reissued after. It gets remailed after these fuckfaces go to try to talk to him a third time to get a confession.
Correct.
Because none of them, and the three that go are the same three fucking idiots that he's already talked to.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think they held his mail. I think they held his mail.
100. Knowing the timing of this now, 100 they held his mail.
Counsel wasn't appointed until 11/14, but he already had counsel, and they knew that.
Well, then, but they knew that one guy had gone away because he also tells them that. So they think like we're gonna be fucking tricky, and we're gonna go up there and say, you don't have any counsel.
I bet you they were told that he wrote a letter asking for representation, and so they decided to make a trip up there, hold the mail, and try to talk to him.
I absolutely believe that.
And then when he didn't talk to them, they then let the mail go.
And that's when he becomes. Thank you. Well, I don't know how much is left. Hold on 1 second.
Mm-hmm. Peggy, yeah, I think so. I don't know, Angela. I'm almost thinking that it was them physically that withheld it.
Like they had it.
Correct.
Mm-hmm. So basically, you're wanting to go up there and get a confession.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's what you do, right?
Yeah, that's what we try to do.
Cut to the chase here. And was there a bona fide, I hate the word plan, but an approach that was agreed upon in terms of how you were going to approach him at the prison?
Yeah.
Were you going to use a read interrogation or some other technique?
I don't know if any of that was discussed. The strategy was that the Unified Command felt like I had a better... What?
Oh my God, what an idiot. He hated
Unified
you.
Command felt like I had a better rapport with him, and I was going to go up there and attempt to interview him.
He hated you.
Yeah.
And tell me what came from that attempt.
Brought him in. The correctional facility, they brought him into an administrative office. I think I said, I'm sure you don't want to see me right now.
Why? You guys have such a good rapport. Why would he want to see you? You should be ecstatic.
And he shook his head like he acknowledged that he heard me. And I said, but I would like to sit down and talk to you. And he sat down. I read him his rights. He said, I don't want to talk. So then the correctional facility officers took him back.
I want to see this tape.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Brit happens. Oh man, welcome to the hostility of this fucking case. Okay. Was that audio or video recorded?
I believe just audio. It could have been video because they were, obviously, that anytime they moved him, they had video cameras. I don't recall. All that was collected by Steve Mullen, and he should have that.
No, that means it's fucking lost. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Did you take a handheld with you?
I did not.
To record any important details?
I asked, and they said they had one there for us to use. They didn't want us to bring Sometimes they would let us bring a recorder in, depending on where we were going. But at that time, they said that they would provide one, I believe.
Kind of an extension of what we're talking about. Is there any evidence in this case to suggest that Richard Allen admitted to any responsibility for playing a role in this crime before he was imprisoned?
Can you?
That he said, hey, I did this, or I was involved in this crime before he went to jail.
Not specifically, but he made some comments that were concerning to me.
Okay, tell me what those were.
At the scene, he kept saying, "It's over. You've ruined my life. It's over. It doesn't matter."
At the scene?
At the search warrant scene. I'm sorry. So I was at the search warrant. I was securing the scene.
You mean in the home?
Yeah, we secured it, and at one point, I had private contact with him multiple times, actually.
And he said, it's over?
It's over.
What else did he say?
I would have to refer to my report to get the exact. I did do a report. That was not audio recorded.
He didn't do a report on that until months later, if my memory serves correctly. That was something he added later. And somebody in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was not in a report that he did at that time. Also, he just testified to Rosie
that he always recorded.
That everything is audio or video filed. Okay, so he didn't specifically say anything in detail about the crime scene or what had happened.
No, just concerning comments that innocent people don't normally make.
Yeah, you fucking embarrassed me in front of all my neighbors. Yeah, it doesn't matter what you do now. Mm-hmm. Okay, was he under any stress at that time?
Probably a little bit of stress, yeah, I would say.
Yeah, you think? Why was he under a little bit of stress?
Police were searching his house, that he killed 2 girls, and probably stressing out that we were going to find evidence to prove that. Okay, but you didn't, though.
Okay, maybe more than a little bit of stress, right?
He was smoking a lot of cigarettes.
Is there any information or evidence to suggest that he admitted to any of these crimes while he was incarcerated here in Delphi?
Not to my knowledge.
Same question about White County.
Not to my knowledge.
Then when he gets to Westville, we're familiar with the phone calls. I want to talk about it, but I don't want to get into the specific dates and times. But when generally do you believe it was that Richard Allen made any incriminating statements at Westville? Just give me a general time frame.
Obviously, I'm going to say I'd have to look at my report.
Sure.
To get the accurate time. But it was probably March, April, May.
So not November? So how did those come to your attention?
Since he was incarcerated, we were monitoring his communication other than with his attorneys. Obviously, we can't do that. But we have access for his phone calls, and they're recorded. And they say on there that they're recorded. So from day one, we were listening to his communications with anyone, mostly just his wife, occasionally his mother and father or stepfather, actually.
Are you aware that they were actually monitoring his communications with his lawyers at one time too?
I was never told that, just from what you said.
You learned that later?
Okay, that's like a big fucking problem.
Which part?
They were. Rosie said, "Are you aware they were actually monitoring his communications with his lawyers at one time too?"
Yeah, this is when they're making Richard Allen face the glass and saying that there's no audio on the camcorder, but like you can't get rid of that.
I don't know. I think he's talking about on the phone because it was right after.
That's interesting then.
Yeah, I think he's talking about on the phone. Maybe I'm not understanding properly, but we're talking about them monitoring his phone.
And I don't remember that coming up in one of the hearings in 2023.
No, and Holeman just said, other than with his attorneys, obviously we can't do that. And so then the next thing out of his mouth was, "Are you aware they were actually monitoring his communication with his attorneys at one time?" I think they're talking about on the phone.
But he says that you brought that up in the last hearing, and that's the first time I had heard that. But I don't remember them bringing up the phone calls being monitored in any of the hearings. You see what I'm saying?
See, and then if I go down to the next page, Rosie then asks another question about the process of monitoring phone calls.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, yes, and Richard Allen was a smoker. Probably, I don't know if he still smokes or not, but
I mean, I doubt it very seriously.
In my fucking house, I'm smoking a lot, whether I did it or didn't do it. Get the hell out of my shit. Hey, Carrie Sherry, I'm here post KR and just found y'all. I watched the show where y'all read the Franks memo. Someone had to go smoke because it was so crazy. And now we're all just like, yeah, they were onto something. And this case is so fucked up. So true. I remember going back into Delphi with the Franks memo, and I was like, all right, let's take a look at what these lawyers got going on. Let's see what they have to say. And then here I am almost 2 years later. Well, it is 2 years later. Shit. Over 2 years later now. Damn, I didn't realize how long it had been. I can't let it go. I probably was all eyes. Thank you for clarifying that. So I was thinking that because I remember there being a report of his that he didn't turn over for like a long time or write. And he was like, yeah, I finally did it later. And then they like used it. Like there was another ISP person who was like, yeah, I turn all my reports in, or maybe it was Murphy or something. That was like, I do all my reports that day. And they were like, unlike Holeman, who doesn't turn his shit in for months. Hold on. Okay, sorry. Okay, so did you ever call and see if that was true? About them hearing?
No.
Do you have any reason to disbelieve what I said?
I have no reason to disbelieve you, no.
So did you have some kind of, what was the process by which you were monitoring the phone calls?
I personally was not. I have access to it, but I'm pretty busy. So we had detectives assigned to do that. That would be Dave Vito and Brian Harshman. And then they would report any significant communication, anything significant to the crime 280. What?
I don't know what that is.
They would not listen to it every day, but again, they're busy too. So they would listen to it very frequently. So he probably made that statement a couple days, the initial statement a couple days before we were able to monitor and hear him.
So basically you had a couple of officers that were receiving these audio recordings, I assume from Westville, right?
We have access to the company.
Oh.
Yeah, we have access. We just go on there and it's on the computer. We have access to it.
What's the name of the company?
I knew you were going to ask me that.
You don't know?
There's different ones. Cass County uses a different one. White County uses a different one. DOC uses a different one. I don't know what the company is called.
So basically somebody is logging on a consistent basis and they're listening to the phone calls and they're reporting what they're hearing.
Yes.
And you were getting routine updates about what was being heard on those phone calls.
I was. And it should all be documented in the case report, which you may not have that yet because it's
ongoing.
Fairly new, yeah.
So tell me how that gets documented.
In the case report.
Yeah.
Supplemental report.
Well, I mean, like every time somebody listens to a phone call, are they saying, I sat down today, I listened to a phone call on April 3rd or whatever, and this is what I heard?
Probably not.
Like a log, I guess, is what I'm thinking.
No. They just do a case report on any significant information to the case 280. I doubt they're saying in the report that they listen to every single phone call.
So, for example, if Rick were communicating in a phone call that he hated that place and that he wasn't going to make it or he couldn't stand to live there anymore, you might not document that.
That would be documented, absolutely.
Oh, it would be?
Yeah.
Okay, good. What
What
wouldn't be?
wouldn't be documented is him talking to his wife about selling the house, stuff like that.
Tell her he loves her or whatever?
Right.
What never?
What never?
What never?
Right, right. Mhm.
But if he was talking about something specific about his detention situation, you would document that.
More than likely it would be documented. I would have to look, but yes.
Where is that case report? Is it in your computer basically?
Yeah. Yes, it's called RMS, Report Management System through the state police.
So I'm assuming you've listened to some of these recordings. I believe were from roughly early April of 2023, where he's making incriminating remarks.
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard any statements where Richard Allen was saying anything with any specificity regarding what happened on February 13th, 2017?
One. Not heard, but it was documented.
Huh. Tell me what that is.
I have not had an opportunity to interview that correctional officer yet, so it's
We'll break that down.
still investigatory.
Okay. Hold on a minute. Let's go back. I'm talking about phone calls right now.
Okay, no.
So other than him saying, I did it or I killed those girls, have you heard anything with any specificity other than that on any phone calls?
No.
So then the next step is that you're aware that during his incarceration that he's communicated with people at the prison, whether they be officials or inmates or whatever, right?
Yes.
There's times when he's spoken words up there.
Yes.
Do you believe that there are people that are monitoring him on a consistent basis?
Yes.
Why is that happening?
It's my knowledge that he's placed on different levels of suicide watch.
Do you believe that they are monitoring when he's not placed on suicide watch?
Somewhat. I believe he's monitored all the time on video, but as far as physically with correctional officers, I believe that's just when he's on some sort of suicide watch or suicide companion.
Are you familiar with this? I'll call it this companion program that they have employed at the prison.
Very little.
What do you know about it?
I know that they have a program that inmates go through and they're trained to sit with prisoners that are contemplating suicide.
So they only have the companions when they're dealing with suicidal prisoners.
That is my knowledge. I may be wrong, but that's what I was told.
Who told you that?
Correctional facility. I don't remember exactly who.
The facility.
The facility told him. He would talk to brick walls.
So with regard to his communications with other humans, non-phone communications, are you aware of any information that suggests that Richard Allen has said anything specific about his involvement in this case?
Yes.
What is that information?
We haven't interviewed him yet. Do you want me to answer it?
McClellan says, yeah, you can.
It was documented that he stated he used a box knife to kill the girls and that he disposed that box cutter at the CVS in the dumpster.
And do you know when this conversation took place?
Not exact.
Generally?
Probably the same time frame as we're talking about, March, April, May.
So who is it that you believe this communication was made to?
Okay, it's Brandon Fisher. So, I know this. You should know this. I don't know the correctional officer's name. Could have been an inmate, too. It's that list that I told you about earlier, and we're in the process of...
You don't know if it was a CO or an inmate?
I believe it was a correctional officer, but I would have to look. I would have to go back and look at the notes.
And you think this statement occurred sometime in April, maybe?
I'm going to say March, April, May, same time frame.
There hasn't been any real follow-up with it yet.
We're working on it, yeah.
What takes so long to go talk to a correctional? Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're...
I have that same question. It takes some time because there's several different shifts, so it's not lack of cooperation. It's just lack of getting our schedule to meet with their schedule. They have A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H shifts, day shifts, 6A to 6P, 6P to 6A. So we're in the process. We have to schedule meetings.
I'm struggling a little bit with this one. You might sense that. You have a gentleman that you believe committed this crime. He's incarcerated. He may have said something that implicates him to this crime scene specifically.
Let me clear it up for you.
Well, let me finish the question.
I can clear it up for you in 2 seconds.
Well, let me ask the question. You can clear it up. And it's taken weeks and months to actually just drive up to Westville and talk to the human that heard this. That's what I'm hearing. Is that accurate? Yeah, because this is August 10th.
So you're assuming that we got that information when he said it, right?
Uh-huh.
So to clear it up is, we had to subpoena that information. We didn't get that information until probably a month more so ago. So now we only have, so now does that make sense and why?
Well, it's still 4 weeks. It's taken 4 weeks at least to drive up and talk to a correctional officer.
Takes some time. Takes some time and scheduling.
So the answer is it's taken that long.
It's taken a few weeks, yes. I don't know exactly when we got the information. Then we had to go through the information. We probably spent several weeks going through all the information.
Why did you have to get a subpoena?
It's just what the Department of Corrections requires us to do. So
then how was it that you learned of this information in the first place? You wouldn't know to go get a subpoena unless you thought he was saying something, right?
Well, what led us to believe was his confessions to his wife, where he said, I killed Abby and Libby. So therefore, we requested any documentation, verbally, audio, video. We got 1 million hours of audio/video that we're going through as well. So that takes time. So yeah, once we heard his statement, we as investigators said, hey, let's get everything. Any written documentation that Richard Allen had with anybody and any audio and video, that's what we want. So that's what we subpoenaed through the courts, and that's what we got. A ton of information.
So with this particular piece of information that we're talking about, we'll just refer to it as the box knife information.
Okay.
Was that documented somewhere?
Yes.
In what? Where was the documentation? Like a log report?
Yes, a log report.
Okay, so that's the first time you have ever received any information to suggest that those types of communications occurred is after you subpoenaed all this
Yes.
and looked at this stuff on your own.
Yes.
So no prison guard ever, to your knowledge, came forward and said, hey, boss, this is what he just said to me.
Huh. No.
Does that cause you concern about, like, does it concern you that a prison guard wouldn't report something that significant to one of their, I'll call it their brass or somebody higher up in the chain of command?
I don't know if he reported it to his chain of command, but it was never relayed to us. No. I don't want their.
You haven't investigated that side of this yet, right?
No.
Why did it take so long for us to get something this damn important?
No, we have not. What?
Are you curious about that as you sit here today?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, anything else other than that statement that you're aware of that was spoken by Richard Allen that implicates him in these crimes?
No.
Was there any evidence to suggest that there was a box cutter involved in the crimes in this case?
Yes.
What's that?
The wounds, obviously, both girls were.
They're incised wounds or whatever?
They're what?
They're incised wounds. Incisions?
Yes.
Is there any, that's what I expected you to say. Is there anything beyond that forensically that suggests that, hey, this was a box cutter versus some other type of sharp object or metal object?
No, just the autopsy referred to it as a sharp object.
Is there any type of investigation involving that circumstance, like the way the wounds look versus, what type of an object?
We've looked into it, but they can't tell us.
No conclusions.
Just sharp object is basically all we're getting.
Okay, any information from CBS or surrounding, surveillance cameras to suggest there was ever a box knife disposed of there?
If we had that information, we're still going through it. I don't know where we're at on that.
In what form would you expect to have that? We all know people don't monitor their trash.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Okay.
They do give box cutters to their employees. We know that. We know what kind.
Okay. Anything else that suggests that Richard Allen ever disposed of anything?
Up to this point, no.
I guess maybe if I want to get really down to the point, do you have any surveillance video that you're looking at from that time frame?
I'm not sure if we have the surveillance video from CVS at that time. If we do, we're looking into it. But I think we were trying to get it, and there might have been some issues there, if I remember correctly.
So there has been
I think we,
some attempt to recover some video.
yes.
That just happened more recently, or did that happen back in, let's say, the fall or winter of 2022 when you started questioning him?
We probably more than likely, if I remember correctly, we started asking for documentation, work records, things like that back then. And if we didn't have the surveillance video, which we more than likely might have, I don't know, I'd have to look. Then I'm sure we requested it.
Do you know, as you sit here today, whether or not there's surveillance video from CVS from the time period around this crime?
No,
What do you know about Mr. Allen's mental health circumstances while he's been at the prison?
I don't. Well, I mean, I don't know anything official. So if you want my opinion, I can give it, but I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist.
Well, again, let's talk about official information. Have you received any type of medical documentation or anything related to the medical treatment regarding Mr. Allen while at the prison?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Have you talked to any medical providers that have communicated with him at the prison about their interactions with him?
No, I have not.
Have any of those providers reached out to you?
No,
Have there been any attempts to try and obtain that information by law enforcement?
sorry, I was choking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Here you go. So Yellow Jacket says, this is your friendly reminder that the state was not granted access to his mental health records that includes companion logs until April of 2024.
So that would be 8 months after this deposition, after it.
Correct. And there were 2 YouTube channels that had already put the information out about his white van and all that confession prior to Walla even being approved to share anything. Okay, what are those attempts? Did I already do that one?
I don't know, but Walla, if you're here, I just want to say fuck you.
Yeah, I fucking hate Walla. She can go have Holeman babies, and they could take paternity tests together. Okay, so what are those attempts?
I have no clue where we're. Oh, I believe that was information that was in our subpoena that we wanted, and I think the defense said no.
Basically, the judge saying that she was going to protect that information.
At this point, yes.
And are there ongoing attempts to try and get that information?
No, that's a fucking lie. Nick literally tried like 4 or 5 times, repeatedly.
Yep. What about Richard Allen's employment information? Have you made an attempt to obtain any information from CVS regarding his employment with that company?
Yes, we have.
And have you received any information?
I believe we have. We had to subpoena them as well. I know we're waiting on it. I don't know if we got it or reviewed it yet.
To the extent that you tried to recover anything, is there anything that sticks out in your head today that in any way is helpful to this investigation that you've obtained from his employer?
Not at this point, no.
Who made the decision to arrest Richard Allen?
It was Unified Command's decision.
Was there any disagreement amongst the Unified Command about whether or not that was the right thing to do?
No.
If you would not have had those results from Miss Oberg in the lab, would you have arrested Mr. Allen?
No.
Were you talking about arresting him before you received those results?
No. We were talking about continuing investigations, other avenues of approach that we've concluded already and we talked about already, and continuing the investigation. We met with Unified Command, the prosecutor, multiple times. And once we received that information, then it was determined that we were going to give him a chance to explain that, and he couldn't. So shortly after that interview, we detained him.
Are you aware of anyone else that has confessed to these crimes?
There's been a few mental patients. Jay Harper has interviewed a couple, but their confession was so outrageous it didn't match up with what we talked about earlier. We kept enough of the details close to our vests and protected the integrity of the investigation. So what this person was telling us, it was not.
You said mental patients. That's kind of a phrase of art for me a little bit, like somebody's institutionalized somewhere.
Yeah.
Tell me who these couple of people were.
I don't know their names. We'd have to look at the reports.
Okay. So let's talk about either one or both of them and try to separate them. Can you give me some context here? Do they live around here?
No.
Where do either one of these people live?
One was reported down at the VA, I believe, in Indianapolis.
At the VA?
VA, Veterans Administration.
Okay.
Wait a second. Why do I feel like why did it just pop into my head that they tried to that the defense like tried to get records from the VA for like Brad Holder or Patrick Westfall?
I don't know. That's not ringing a bell for me.
Does anybody remember that?
Maybe for Westfall, because he was the one that was having the PTSD.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look because I remember that because I was like, why would that? What would? Because I thought maybe it was treatment records, like for an injury or something.
Where did Dr. Jessica work? Okay,
All
so
right.
I guess, it was Messer. Maybe it was Messer, Laura said. I feel like it was Westfall.
Yeah, I don't think it was Messer. I don't think he's a veteran. Is he? I don't think he's a veteran.
I don't think Messer's a veteran, no. Okay, so but I'm still really confused because we, the public, and obviously Holeman knows that there are other confessions, not just these two. So I'm hoping that we're going to get to that, and that we're not going to just ignore that we know other people confessed to this crime.
Oh, was it for the doctor? No.
The doctor who the subpoena was quashed.
I remember that subpoena. I don't think that's it.
Mether. You got me to actually say that shit out loud too.
And quietly, like you were thinking about it.
I
Messer?
was trying to think. I was like, "What? Who's that?" And I was like, I fucking know. I know. All right, we'll have to look at that. Holder had PTSD. Okay, that's why I'm like, I don't remember which one it was. I'm remembering something about wanting medical records of one of these people, but I don't remember it being the VA. Amber Holder testified about it.
That he had PTSD, but I'm thinking specifically, like I feel like I'm picturing in my head a subpoena.
For the VA.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it. I will find it. I won't forget.
Make note.
All right. So the other one was in another hospital down in Indy. He's being treated for mental illness.
And who would have been the point guard, law enforcement wise, that would have dealt with these things?
Jay Harper, I believe.
Is he retired?
Not yet.
I don't have any context for any of this.
No, not yet.
Did you talk to either one of these people?
No.
So you told me about two. You were a little vague about how many?
I don't know exactly how many.
Are those the ones that come to mind of significance?
Yeah, those are the ones I recall.
Any other? Sorry, I cut you off.
Those are the ones I kind of partially recall from off the top of my head.
Any other confessions by anyone that you can think of outside of these VA hospitals or institutionalized people?
Just what we talked about with Keegan Klein not confessing to killing girls, but just being in communication with them and setting up meetings.
So the idea is that because he kind of implicated himself partially, that he is responsible in some respect.
I would agree with that.
Am I articulating what you're trying to communicate?
Yes.
Anyone else that comes to mind that you're aware of?
No.
What about are you aware of any reports of anybody confessing their responsibility for these crimes to non-law enforcement people?
There are probably a few, but again, the details that they would give to that person were not correct, I guess, for lack of better terms. Let me understand the question. You're asking me if Joe Schmo, Joe
No,
Schmo,
no,
you're asking me if Joe Schmo said that Brad Rosie confessed to killing girls. Is that what you're asking me?
that's exactly what I'm asking.
We have had some of those, but again, they've been followed up on, and I would have to look at the reports. I don't have any names off the top of my head, and I did not personally interview anybody.
You did not.
No, not that I can recall.
Do you recall or do you know who would have been involved in those?
I would have to look.
Just depended on at the time?
Right.
You didn't have somebody specifically assigned to these types of things?
No, I did not. No.
Okay, are you aware of any, I'm going to use the word loosely, confessions of this type and nature from anybody around here locally?
No.
Somebody that might have been like, oh, that person lives by the trail or lives down the street or knew the girls or their parents or anything like that.
Oh, so you want to know if we got a tip from somebody?
No, I'm just saying generally speaking. I don't care how the information was communicated. Are you aware of any confessions that were allegedly or purportedly made by anybody from this general area?
No.
Not some guy at LaRue Carter down in Indy at the hospital or whatever.
No.
That's probably an old reference.
I got it.
I'm getting old. Nothing here regionally, generally speaking.
Not that I can remember.
So let's talk about motive real quick. Have you drawn any conclusions about the motive for this particular crime? I'm asking you about your opinion.
Right. I believe that Richard Allen was going to attempt to abduct Abby and Libby and have some sort of sexual contact with them, and I believe it got interrupted, and therefore he killed them both. So at this point, this is 8 months before they got the mental health records. So the quote confession that Rick supposedly gave Walla, where she said that he said exactly that he attempted to abduct them and have sexual contact with them and then got interrupted and therefore killed them both.
Mm-hmm. Which I will still stick by.
8 months away from finding out that information.
I will still stick by the fact that it doesn't make any sense regardless, because if you get freaked out and you have to kill them because you're worried that you're going to get caught, why do you have one of them put their clothes back on? You don't have time for that.
Mm-hmm.
And he's not talking about the Reese Davis stuff, which we know that they, supposedly go in and polygraph him, right? So here, he's asking, like, is there anybody locally that said, hey, I know so-and-so did this? Reese Davis has already contacted McClellan multiple times to say, hey, Keegan Klein, Ron Logan. We also know that, what's his name?
I have to pee again.
I do too. You want to put your music on for an intermission real quick?
Yeah, are you going to go right now?
Yeah, I'm going to go right now too. All right, I'll be right back. That was perfect timing. I was getting uncomfortable in my seat.
All right, now you can finish saying what you were saying.
What was I saying?
I don't know, because I was
Chrissy
going to pee
Davis,
myself,
Keegan
but I didn't want
Klein,
to just
Ron
disappear.
Logan. What's his name? The other cellmate. Why I can't think of fucking people's names right now. I don't know why. His Ron Logan's other cellmate. Chadwell. Keegan Klein confessing with his dad.
What
All
the
of that.
hell
I
was
mean,
his name? The other cellmate.
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody will say it, and then I'll be like, yeah, that's it. I don't remember. I can't remember his stupid name. I'm just saying there's multiple confessions, and Holeman's just acting like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Just these crazy fucking people who are institutionalized. Or Elvis telling his sister and his sister taking a polygraph. Elvis telling his other sister and her taking a polygraph. All right, let's see. Okay, is there any information that you've uncovered that suggests what this interruption was?
Hold on.
Uh-huh. True precocent. I'm eating peanut butter cookies, sorry. Hey, Streets.
Have you watched High Potential?
Mm-mm.
It's on Hulu. It has the girl from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. She actually was also on The Mick, which I liked a lot. All right. Are you asking my opinion, or are you asking?
Yeah, I'm asking your professional opinion. You worked on the case.
From interviews and statements that I've either been told about or seen, the family and other people showed up and started walking around yelling for the girls. And from where the crime scene is, you could definitely hear people on the bridge.
Oh, really? Really, Holeman? Really?
Depending on the time of year, you necessarily can't see the bridge due to foliage or whatever, but you can hear people. So I believe that he was attempting to abduct them. That didn't work. He was going to sexually assault them there. That's why their clothes were off. And then he heard people in the search party, got scared, killed them, left.
No fucking way. That totally blows up your own timeline, Mr. Holeman.
Mm-hmm.
There's no search party. There's no search party from 2:30 to 3:30. Nobody's fucking looking for them. That is a bullshit lie.
Per usual.
And so he got scared. So this was his theory. He needed somebody there to interrupt him.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Well, because then he had to be on 300 North.
Right. Okay, we're there. I'll say people that told you or your staff that you were out of there yelling for them.
Yes, family members. I don't remember exactly who, but it would have been the family members when they were contacted early on.
All right. Let's talk about these sketches. So we've asked some of these questions. I'm going to try and short circuit this a little bit. There were 2 sketches that were released to the public, right?
Yes.
The first sketch I'm going to call the Harbaugh sketch.
That is correct.
Are we on the same page?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Harbaugh saw the individual responsible for this crime?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that the image that was created is an image of Richard Allen?
Yes.
And then the second sketch, I believe, was the...
Can I make a statement real quick to follow up on that?
Sure.
It's my opinion that that is Sarah Carball's depiction of what she saw and what her description of Richard Allen was at that time and place.
I get the impression that there's been some discussion about this amongst you folks before you walked in here today, right? Knowing that this was going to be part of the...
I knew this would be part of it years ago.
So Betsy Blair is responsible for providing the information that generated the second sketch, right?
That is correct.
And do you believe that Betsy Blair saw the person that was responsible for this crime?
I do.
And do you believe that the image that Betsy Blair is responsible for partially creating, understanding that the artist created that too, is an image of Richard Allen?
It is her depiction of her description of what she saw that day and that time, yes.
He's such an idiot.
Mm-hmm.
Do you agree with me that there are some fairly striking differences between those two images?
I would agree there are striking similarities as well. Or I would disagree and say that there are some differences in the sketch, but that's to be expected.
If any person looked at that, just a layperson, do you accept the fact that it would be easy to conclude that they're two different people?
No.
You think they're very similar?
I think in my training and experience, there's...
I'm talking about a layperson. I'm not talking about your training. I'm talking about if a layperson looks at those, do you think that it would be easy to distinguish between those sketches that they're two different people?
I don't think it would be easy. I think it could be concluded that.
It's possible?
Possibility.
You released these sketches to the public, right?
Yes, we did.
And you were asking the public to participate in identifying an individual.
Yes.
And part of that ask, so to speak, is that you might suggest to the public that we're looking for two different people.
We had to clarify that in one of the press conferences.
That was a concern.
Bro, does he forget that they literally said it is two different people?
I don't know. I was just thinking that because he talks about they clarify it in the press conferences, but in the press release from the Indiana State Police, they say that the first sketch that was released had already been identified, and they were looking for this individual now.
They also said that they're not saying that the person that is in the sketch is the person in the voice or in the video.
Right.
Yeah. You're on 13.
My mouth was full of cookies, sorry. And that concern was driven by the differences in the two images.
One looks a little younger, but again, if you talk about witnesses and there's 7 of us in this room and somebody walked in right now and we all did a sketch, they'd all be different.
Right, because everybody's perceptions about the way things happen are different.
But when asked...
Is that what you're saying?
Right, but then when asked later...
It's fair to say.
If this is the person you saw by showing the actual photo, they say, yes, that's the person with the clothing description. That's the person I saw. It's not the sketch artist's fault or our fault or the person's fault that they might not look exactly like the actual photo. That person didn't have a fucking face.
It's because the sketch is not a photograph. Hello. What are the similarities between the two in your opinion?
Both white males. Both had similar, well, the sketches, both white males. They're both close in age. One looks a little older. One of the statements by Betsy Blair was he looked younger, but he was older. So she had him saying, so she had him saying he could have been older, but he looked a little bit younger. That was her opinion.
Okay, I want to go back to this question. What are the similarities between the two in your opinion, Mr. Holeman?
Both white males. Both had similar.
That's all you have.
Well, the sketches, both white males. They're both close in
Tell you
age.
why.
They're both close in age. One looks a little older. One of the statements by Betsy Blair was he looked younger, but he was older. So she had him saying he could have been older, but he looked a little bit younger. That was her opinion.
She had him saying, "Who's him? Who are you talking about?"
I won't repeat myself a third time.
But so she had him saying he could have been older, but he looked a little bit younger. Who the
Wait.
fuck is he talking about? Who's he talking about?
Wait, go to the next question.
So he was skinny, but he was fat.
pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. I guess you could say that. So I ate him.
I was just like in my belly. So when she saw him, he hadn't ate the baby yet. And then when she saw him, he'd already ate the baby.
He was skinny fat.
He was kind of short, but also kind of taller.
He was child sized, but also grown up sized. He had a goatee, but possibly was clean shaven. He also had curly brown hair, but also was bald.
The only thing he could say
He's a white
is that he
male.
was a white male. There's different days and there's different times. He could be skinny, he could be fat. Sometimes he was old, sometimes he's young. Because all I can tell you is that is the person that person described seeing when that person described them, that they saw them on that day at that time.
Mm-hmm.
But it could be a different day. It could be a different time. Oh, fuck me, dude. This guy got promoted after this. Let's just think about that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what an idiot. Okay. Were there discussions amongst the law enforcement, I'll say the unified command or anybody that was dealing with this issue, about the difference between the two sketches?
Absolutely.
Hi, Terry. Was that a concern that was so much so you were going to address that at the press conference? It was part of the script, so to speak.
Right. Obviously, you referred to a layperson. We wanted to do a little bit of education, saying this is not uncommon for someone in a different position, different age, different lighting, different angle to describe someone differently than another person. So focus on the mannerisms. I think Superintendent Carter at that time said focus on the video, the short video. We said focus on mannerisms, focus on clothing. But these are the sketches that we had, and we wanted to give it to the public.
So there was a script that was in place to address the concerns about the differences between the two photos.
It was a strategy to make sure that the public understood that we believe this is the same person, even though there was some minor differences.
Then I hope he asked him, like, why did you guys put out a fucking press release that said that they're not the same person? In your opinion, they're only minor.
In my opinion.
Have you talked to anybody else that thinks that some of those differences are more than just minor?
Other than you and I, no.
What?
Not
You
the
talked
whole
to yourself
world?
about it? No, anybody in the community.
No.
You think everybody you've talked to agrees with you?
I think if they don't, I could explain what I just explained to you, and they would understand why there's differences, yes.
Were there concerns that either Miss Carbaugh or Miss Blair, that their descriptions of who they saw or what they saw were not quite accurate?
No.
You were confident that the way they articulated their observations, that they were accurate?
Yes, their physical description, then later, obviously, them seeing the picture that we released to the public, saying that's the person I saw.
And those conversations with these two women went on over the course of several years, frankly.
Yes.
As you kind of refreshed all this?
Yes.
Okay.
And I never personally spoke to either one of them.
Let's talk about the roles of the agencies here. This is more administrative. So I think I've heard now that basically, let's talk about from a material standpoint, a substantive standpoint, the state police, the county, the sheriff's department, the FBI, the The U.S. Marshals have been mentioned a few times. Early on, maybe the DNA was kind of helpful. Am I leaving somebody out?
Hold on.
Okay. No Kathy Allen Depo. I would like to see her police interviews because they interviewed her multiple times. One of them at her home without Richard Allen there, and that's one of the reasons that he gets like all pissy with Holeman in the Holeman interview, and he's like, you know what you did to my wife, like fuck you for that, basically. Because I think it was the 18th. I'd have to go back and look at it. But I think it was the 18th at her home when he was at work. Are you talking about Shank? You can see him from a car. You can see him from afar. You can see him on a bridge. You can see him from a ridge. You can see him here or there. You can see him anywhere. The defense wouldn't do a depo with Kathy Allen. No, they would just talk to her. Yeah, you're right. So it's got to have Kathy Shank. Did they do a depo with Kathy Shank, All Eyes? I don't know. I don't remember. You debunked your own idea. Okay.
Okay, I'm here. Multiple agencies, city, county.
Even the city here?
Oh, yeah.
We've heard this term unified command. Tell me what that means to you.
We established unified command early on with the main departments that were involved. So it would have been the FBI, state police, county, and Delphi City. And the objective there was to make sure that we weren't making any decisions that the group didn't agree on.
So FBI, state police, county, and the city.
Yes.
And those are kind of the four heavy hitters, so to speak.
And obviously the prosecutor's office.
Yeah, let's fucking stick your nose up Nick's ass a little bit more. And was there, how were decisions being made from kind of a hierarchical standpoint?
I think everybody, obviously the FBI has their policies and procedure, and they're federal. And then the state police is a state agency, and county is a county agency. So they have different policies and procedures, which is good. We're hitting it from all different angles. So we were able to utilize. What was your question? I'm sorry.
Making shit up. They have their policies and procedures, and we have our policies and procedures, and then they have their policies and procedures. Oh gosh. Well, I was just wondering how the hierarchy of decision making occurred. Who was stamping who was stamping these things as the final decision maker?
Sure. Unified command, not just one person. So we established early on, no egos. Hey, let's make decisions for the better of this case. We owe that to Abby and Libby and their families. So the decisions were made on what's best for the case, not what's best for the FBI, state police, county, city, and not one person would make the final decision. So, for example, I don't have any specific examples that I want to give. But
you're such an idiot.
But let's just say, there's 7 of us in here, so we're not going to agree on everything. So if one person didn't agree on the next step or strategy that we were going to do, we wouldn't do it. We would talk about it and discuss pros and cons. And if that person changed their mind and said, you know what, I thought about it, you're right. The pros outweigh the cons. This is for the better of the investigation. Let's do it. And that's how we make our decisions. So basically, you bully whoever the minority was.
Right. It's like, hey,
you could have just said that.
Sad, so fucking sad. This is it. And let's be honest. Nick comes in and says, you're doing that or you're not doing that. And that's it. Yes, this guy is the crime con investigator of the year. Just a friendly reminder. For example, I've got nothing to fucking tell you. I got no examples. Sorry.
God damn.
I use it all the time. So, for example, I have
I have no example prepared.
I have nothing. I got nothing for you. we pulled sticks, and whoever got the stick said no, we ain't doing it. I'm assuming you've been involved in other investigations where there's multiple agencies.
Yes.
So, have there been circumstances in the past where you've been involved where agencies are making decisions just based on what's in their best interest?
Yes.
Has that been not helpful to investigations because of that?
Very detrimental to the investigation. Yes.
Did that ever happen in this case?
No, not decision making. No.
Were there any conflicts between the different agencies about how to proceed with the investigation? Not just one cop and another cop, I'm talking about.
Yeah, I understand your question. Yes, there was.
Tell me about those conflicts.
At some point later in the investigation, the FBI, Rich Davies had retired, Mike Peasley had been reassigned, and we really didn't have anybody. We had a couple of people, but they were in and out switching. And at that point, the FBI would come up and say, hey, we're going to do this. We need this information. And then in return, we'll give you this information. Or we would ask, hey, we need to see your report on this or that. And at some point, they weren't giving us the information that they were requesting. And so that caused some issues above. Nothing like you said within the investigative team, but it was brought up in briefings in the chain of command. Chain of command majors, lieutenant colonel, superintendent found out that there was an issue, particularly trying to get a video that I forget what they're called. I want to get the acronym right. But anyway, they had a team come up early on and went around and collected all the surveillance videos, documented it, gave us a copy. We were looking for one particular, the Maramart or Mini Mart here in Delphi, and we did not get it. And then there was some issues with that.
So there was some tension because of the flow of information wasn't what your team wanted it to be between the two entities.
Correct. And then there was some finger pointing issues.
Okay, what was the significance of the video from the Maramart? Where is the Maramart? I'm sorry.
Was it Maramart or Mini Mart, Prosecutor McClellan?
McClellan says, I think it's out by Monocle's, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, Monocle's Pizza. Fuck, I missed that. I love Monocle's Pizza.
I never heard of it.
No, we don't have it here. That's a Midwest thing, and it's so fucking yummy. Okay, Rosie says, oh, I know what you're talking about. That little gas station out there on the right as you go up the hill.
The significance?
Yeah, what was the significance of that? I guess it's worth asking.
Some phone data that someone was searching that location that day, the day of the girls.
Okay, so there's phone data that shows that somebody's searching the Miramart or the Mini Mart.
Yeah, we know that was Keegan.
Okay, so theoretically, somebody was in the parking lot or in the building or somewhere near that site?
No. There was a thumbnail that someone was searching that particular location that we had tips on. And we were trying to find out if they were there utilizing the video. And that's when the finger pointing started.
Okay, hold on. There's a thumbnail that someone was searching that particular location.
The thumbnail is probably in his extraction report.
And we were trying to find out if they were there utilizing the video. If they were there as in the FBI was there utilizing the video? Is that my understanding?
Or are they talking about like snap maps? Like did someone come up and snap maps?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe they answer it. I'll keep going, but this is interesting. Okay, so did that information in any way, was it helpful to your investigation?
Could have been.
Why?
Because we could have been able to verify if that person was actually in Delphi.
Who was that person?
Keegan Klein.
Okay, so I guess I'm asking fair questions. So this isn't just this random circumstance that came up. So you were on Keegan Klein's trail. You were wanting to follow up with that, and the FBI wouldn't or couldn't or didn't offer up the information that you were wanting, and it caused tensions between the two agencies. Is that a fair summary?
We have written documentation that they went and collected the hard drive, and they said that your brother, Josh Rosie, was supposed to collect that.
Oh, this would 100% been redacted. They said that your brother, Josh Rosie, was supposed to collect that.
Mm-hmm.
Rosie says, I knew that was going to happen at some point.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's just the story of my life.
So they said Josh Rosie was supposed to collect that. But Josh Rosie's role was not going out and collecting videos. His role was early on, people would bring phones to him at the command center, and he's a DMRS certified. So when the superintendent found out they were trying to finger point the state police, and particularly Josh Rosie, that struck a nerve with him. And we thought that that was very pertinent to the investigation. And when they said that they weren't the ones that went and got it, that we were, and then that caused some issues. And Superintendent Carter stepped in and took care of those issues.
Okay, so let's clarify this real quick, just so we're all on the same page. The FBI, there's a log of the FBI that says they went out and collected the hard drive. The FBI says, no, we didn't collect it. Josh Rosie, who's Brad Rosie's brother, was supposed to collect that. Well, Holeman's like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense because Josh Rosie doesn't go out and collect video. So no, he wouldn't have gone out there to collect it. So why in the hell is the FBI saying that Josh Rosie should have gone to collect it? Because he was only doing stuff with the phones.
Mm-hmm. So when Doug Carter heard the FBI was saying that Josh Rosie did it, Doug Carter basically got pissed off and confronted them about it. And then it sounds like this is when they got the boot.
Yes. And that was, yeah. And so essentially
they're
just like, no. Right.
Yeah.
Okay. No, Josh Rosie is with Indiana State Police.
Mm-hmm.
He's basically like what Holeman was, like the detective sergeant guy or whatever. Here, let me see if I can find him real quick. Here he is. Yeah, he's detective sergeant. Well, as of 2018, this is an old article. Oh, now it wants me to fucking pay for it after it let me see it. Of course it does. Stupid Pharaoh's Tribune.
Oh my God. I think you all can imagine what a state trooper for Indiana looks like. They all look the same. And they all look like the ones in Massachusetts too. They all look the same.
They all look the same with their little hats. Here, I'll just show you this because it's got the photo of them.
See, exactly the same.
So yeah, so the FBI is trying to like finger point and say, we don't have that video. You guys are supposed to have that video because Josh Rosie was supposed to go get it. And then they're like, no, Rosie wouldn't have even gone to go get it. But then I guess my question is how does the FBI know that Rosie would be getting it at all? Like, why would they even put his name on it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So to the best of your knowledge, did he basically tell them you didn't need their assistance anymore?
I think you'd have to ask him. But I think his statement was there's no federal nexus in this. Please turn over all your information to the state police and we'll take it from there. You would have to ask him what his exact.
You didn't have that conversation with these people?
No.
But he told you what he said?
He told me.
You're summarizing?
And we ended up getting what we believe is all the information that the FBI had.
What you wanted?
Well, they didn't get that.
Okay. Forgive me for being this is getting a little convoluted for me.
I think he's referring to when he said what you wanted and Holeman said, well, they didn't get that. I think he's talking about the footage from the gas station.
Right.
I know. I understand.
Yeah. So nobody seems to know where the hell that footage went.
Mm-hmm.
some lottery? He really did. So you never did obtain the information that really started this whole I don't know how to say that. Is that a real word? Conflagration?
You need to Google it.
Yeah, what's a conflagration?
Never heard such a thing.
I'm looking it up right now. Shit, it is a real word.
What does it mean?
An extensive fire, which is ironic. An extensive fire which destroys a great deal of land or property.
Okay. Okay. So the answer is no.
Conflagration? That still sounds stupid. But it's an interesting choice of words in Delphi context. Okay.
We attempted to go back, but obviously years later.
Okay, I see. So basically, he can speak for himself, but he kind of fired the FBI in a way. I mean, they're not working on your case anymore.
Well, they shouldn't be. If they are, they aren't giving us information. That's interesting.
But I don't understand. I thought the FBI was still on their task, on their unified command.
Keep going.
Okay, you're not communicating with any FBI officers about this case?
I communicate with them. Occasionally, they'll send us tips that they receive. So I'm assuming if they're sending us those tips, that they're not involved in the case.
When did this all happen? Just give me a time frame.
Right around COVID, so 2021. Was COVID 2021? I thought COVID was 2020.
2020.
Dumbass.
Well, I mean, it was still going on in 2021, technically, I guess. So, I mean.
But it was wrapping up.
Yeah, it wasn't the big to do anymore. Right. And they're not they haven't been part of Unified Command since then, I guess is maybe a better way of putting it.
No. And they hadn't been part of Unified Command since Rich Davies retired and Matt Peasley left. Mike Peasley. I don't know when that was. That would have been 1920, somewhere in there.
Were there ever any discussions amongst the Unified Command or extension of that group about concerns about how the FBI handled the investigation when they were initially involved?
We had concerns that we weren't getting information. You know, it was like pulling teeth to get a report, and they're 302s, I think they're called. But there was concerns that we weren't getting information that we needed to help, I guess. But as far as the investigation, I think they did a fine job. It's just sharing the information we were having issues with.
So some of this incident or circumstance which prompted Superintendent Carter to pull the plug was also precipitated by some other smaller or less significant issues.
Yes.
They were kind of similar, frankly, flow of information.
Yes. Because we wanted to know what they knew.
And they wouldn't tell us.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't know if they're still looking at it on their own or not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, were any of those problems related to the processing of the statement Richard Allen gave to Lieutenant Captain Doolin?
No.
Doug Carter, what role did he play in all of this?
What's that?
What role did Doug Carter have in this investigation?
Oh, God damn. Superintendent of the state police?
I mean, he was in front of every camera, and that's okay. It's a job.
He's very passionate.
What role did he play in the investigation itself? Kind of the nuts and bolts.
0 in the actual investigation. His role as the superintendent to give us the manpower, resources, and funding that we need to conduct the investigation. Now, he's very passionate. It's not uncommon for him to show up at major crime scenes, officer-involved shootings, anything like that. He showed up at ones that we've worked, just shows up. Hey, what do you need? So it's not uncommon for him. He's very passionate about it, but his role as far as the investigation is 0. He's not an investigator. His role is as the superintendent. He makes sure that the state police is providing the necessary resources and manpower. For example, Dave Vito was fully assigned to this investigation because Jay Harper could retire anytime. That was his decision to allow us to bring in a young detective or trooper and teach him what to do.
So you used the word passionate.
Multiple times.
He strikes me as he's also kind of very involved superintendent.
Yes, very.
Is that a fair word?
Yes.
And maybe he's even a little bit controlling of a superintendent, more so than maybe what you've dealt with in the past.
No, I wouldn't say he's controlling. I've told him no, and he's understood.
The state police has an information officer that typically stands in front of the microphone and is trained to speak to the public, right?
Yes, we do.
Hold on. And I noticed that he took on that role in this case, in some respects, in a more extensive fashion than the press officer. Would you generally agree with that?
We had some issues with the sheriff and the superintendent, and we discussed those. And I think if you look at the case as it went on, there was less people talking about it.
What? How does it even answer the question? So Tobe Lesenby and Doug Carter got in an argument at the 2019 press conference. I agree, all eyes. Okay, so there were some concerns about how information was getting to the public, and you think he was part of cleaning that up.
Yeah, we wanted one person. We wanted one voice. We didn't want multiple people talking because obviously that's when discrepancies may occur. So he's been passionate and well-spoken. We did ask him, or so because he's been passionate and well-spoken, we did ask him to do a couple of the press conferences, and he agreed to do so. But the information that he released was, I don't want to say approved, but reviewed by Unified Command.
Scripted.
There were some things that maybe we didn't want him to say, and he didn't.
Let me get back. Just one thing I kind of forgot to ask you about with the second sketch that was released, I think in 2019, as Superintendent Carter mentioned in that press conference that, you know, this person could be right in this room. We all heard that. If we act like we don't, then we weren't really listening.
Mm-hmm.
What was the intention behind that statement?
I talked to Pazapoli and the other guy come, and we had them come in and had some strategy with that. Our strategy was to basically, for lack of better terms, call out the person, tell them, hey, we're on to you. We're watching you. We're coming after you. Whatever comments he said, but it was strategically pointed towards that person to see if we could generate more information or maybe get him active again.
Huh?
They were trying to have him go kill somebody.
No shit.
If we could generate more information or maybe get him active again and maybe make mistakes, and we would be able to
Flush a rabbit out of the bush.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. But at no time was there any suspicion that the person who committed this was right in that room, like from a literal standpoint?
Literally, no.
So the information that was provided was not done because of the accuracy of it. It wasn't a genuine statement. It was meant for other purposes.
It was genuine, but it was strategically planned, yes.
Wasn't accurate?
We did not know that the person was in the room.
Some people could have surmised that maybe it's the arsonist, right, that likes to watch the fire, but that was not the case here.
No.
At that time, did you have any suspicions at all as to who you were talking to, as to who he was talking to would be more?
We had suspicions on it, yeah.
Was one of them Rick Allen?
Not at that time, no.
All right. Why don't we ask who it was?
Right?
Who was it?
I bet you it was somebody in that room.
I fucking think so too. Was it Tobe?
Was it the mayor?
Was it Tobe?
Was it Shane Evans?
Was Shane Evans in that room?
Yes.
I don't remember if he was there for that one.
Yes. Was it McClelland?
No, he's too slick.
He's too greasy. He'd have left a lot of evidence behind.
He would have left a lot. They would have found grease trail. I don't know. He wasn't as greasy back then, I don't think.
That's true. He had more like actual.
He did. He
hair.
He changed his appearance though.
Yeah, he did. He like went out and sought out hair plugs. Well, I think he sought out hair plugs because at the 2000, was it 18 or 19 when he did the press conference? Whichever one Nick talked at, he looked one way. And then he aged about 63 years the next time he was on camera.
Yeah, and his nose got all fucked up. No, he didn't have a crooked nose back then. He had a crooked nose later on. So I don't know what happened to him.
Maybe someone broke his nose. Chelsea said Nick McClellan has aged like a raisin. That's what happens when you're
Oh,
evil.
true.
It is so true.
Yeah, he was definitely better looking back in the day.
Yeah, he absolutely. But like, it's not even that he got like, he didn't get like fatter or like, he just got very old. Like, he aged a lot and very harshly.
He aged a lot. You've been reading Holeman for too long.
Oh, how many pages is this?
I don't know, but we're probably gonna have to quit soon. We're almost at 4 hours.
I think we're halfway through.
I think we're halfway. They're getting into polygraphs now, so I don't know if this is a good stopping point. I have to go pick up Kaylee in like a half hour. So, well, actually, like less than that because she gets out in a half hour. He aged a lot. Yes.
I needed to change my avatar.
Oh, why don't you use the other one tomorrow?
That's a good one.
All right. I think we got half. We can do the other half tomorrow.
Are we at a point where
he's going into polygraphs?
We're at 135.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
so,
it's like 274 or whatever we said. It's a lot of pages. Yes.
Shut up, assholes. Okay, so on 142, halfway on 142, they take a recess.
Okay, well, I guess we'll go there then.
Nick asked again for a recess because I guess he had to pee again.
Yeah, okay, so we'll stop at the recess then.
Okay, so I just scrolled all the way down. So where are we at again? I gotta go back.
We are on page 135, and we're just about to talk about polygraphs. Okay, so we're gonna finish up to the recess, and then I told you this was gonna be an 8-hour live.
Yeah, that's a good place.
All right, polygraph exams. We kind of talked about this yesterday. Can you just tell me real quick who it is that you know conducted polygraph exams in this case? Just the ones that you're aware of.
Stephanie Thompson, who's deceased now. I can't think of the Peru guy. Matt Collins. I believe Steve Mullen did a couple early. You have got to be fucking kidding me.
They allowed Steve Mullen to do a fucking polygraph? Who was it that went and saw Reese Davis?
Oh my God, was it Mullen? Did they actually let Mullen do polygraphs, or did they give him a blood pressure cuff and tell him that's what he was doing?
He probably thought he was too. Like, if you asked him if he's ever done a polygraph, he'd say yes and pass because he thinks the blood pressure cuff is the polygraph.
He probably would pass a real polygraph of whether he did polygraphs. I can picture him like looking at his glasses over the bridge of his nose and watching the little needles.
It's like there's different days and there's different times, and I did the polygraphs. Britt, could Tobe be bridge guy? So Tobe was a main person of I'm not gonna. We have to finish, so I'm gonna not stay on it for very long.
You're asking Teresa, and the answer from Teresa is yes.
Yes. So at the beginning of not just me, at the beginning of this, many people in the public thought that bridge guy looked like Tobe, and walked like Tobe, and was approximately the same height as Tobe, enough to the point where he was actually tipped in by multiple people, and then he was quote, you don't hear see my air quotes, but he was interviewed as a person that had been tipped in.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah,
actually, I think you said he was interviewed multiple times, like interrogated.
Right. So there's something really weird about the Tobe situation, and I only kind of brought it up because once we went to trial, there was no Tobe anymore. Like, nobody talks about Tobe. Nobody talks to him anymore, apparently, according to Holeman. So he changed his appearance. He lost a bunch of weight. Yeah, so he's always been sus. He's in the sus bus. Okay, sorry. I saw Tobe and I had to.
Oh, and explain to them about his wife's aunt's property being right there.
Okay, so
So he has a
Tobe,
connection to that spot.
Tobe is a deputy at this time. He was the sheriff, obviously, at the time of the crime. His aunt-in-law
Mm-hmm.
is
His wife's
Teresa.
aunt,
Yeah, is Teresa Liebert.
who is also a witness in this case.
Right. Who saw the suspicious guy by her property. It's like they're all connected.
It is. So Teresa Liebert saw a guy like early in the morning, like 8 o'clock or so, around the mailboxes that she's never seen before. And when he noticed that she and her husband noticed him when they were driving by him, he like ducked into like the forest.
Mm-hmm.
And where he ducked into the forest would have put him at the south end of the bridge, which is where the girls were abducted a couple hours later.
Right.
But who's to say that person wasn't still hanging around that south end of the bridge? You see what I mean?
Yeah, maybe we will do it. Maybe somebody asked us to do like a questions. Like maybe we will just do like a whole thing on just anything we want to talk about Delphi. You know what I mean?
My mom just came in and asked me why I was so loud.
Oh, because we're talking about
look in the mirror. Well, I was like, I think it's hereditary. Are you really asking me that? So yeah, so it's pretty suspicious. All of this is suspicious as hell.
Yes. Okay. Is Mr. Collins out of Peru?
Well, he covers Peru, but I don't think he's out of Peru. I don't think Peru has.
He's one of your guys?
Yes, Steve is.
Who else? Mullen, you said?
Oh, God. I thought Steve Mullen may have done a couple early on. He is a polygrapher. But I may be wrong on that. But I know he did.
I'm cutting you off because I'm a little impatient in life, not with you at this point.
Definitely with you.
Fucking Rosie's a liar, too. He would not pass a polygraph.
No, you're good.
Anybody else you can think of?
There was other agencies. John Eager, I believe, from West Lafayette PD.
Don or John?
John, Jon.
Eager? Okay.
Off the top of my head, I know Steph and Matt did the majority of them.
You use polygraphs in the course of your profession all the time, right?
Yes. Would you be willing to take one?
Yeah, right. And I think now we're kind of talking about things that you and I have some common familiarity with. In my experience, and correct me if I'm wrong, one of the most common uses of them is in like sex cases where you've got allegations of molest and things like that. Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, it's a fair assessment.
I seem to see the trend more than residential entry cases or burglary cases.
Yes.
Let me put it this way. Do you agree that you use those exams in cases of significant high crimes?
Yes.
On a consistent basis?
Yes.
And one of the reasons why you use those exams is because you're trying to determine whether or not somebody is being truthful or dishonest with you.
Yes.
And when you rely on those to the extent that you believe that the accuracy of those, or should I say that the results of those, are reliable in a courtroom.
Yes.
I mean, in other words, you're willing to administer a polygraph to somebody, take that result, walk into a courtroom, and have your prosecutor offer it up to a jury?
If it's stipulated, yes.
And your confidence in that process is so much that you're willing to support that approach.
My opinion is a polygraph is a tool that we use for, like you said, to determine if the polygrapher is... What the fuck? To determine if the polygrapher is going to tell us whether they detect deception. But we still use it as a tool to go back and interview and re-interview to let the person know that they're being deceptive, and the test shows that.
Okay, maybe kind of use it in like the read process, right?
Right, it's a tool.
I haven't thought about that.
It's a tool.
I'm being a little bit wordy. I guess what I'm saying is that tool, you believe in the course of your employment that tool generates reliable enough results to walk into a courtroom and offer up in somebody's trial,
Yes.
even though they're literally not allowed in the courtroom.
Right.
I mean, if it didn't, you wouldn't promote that kind of behavior, right?
Correct.
So in this case, we're not going to get into all this. Every person you've polygraphed, that's not the point of today. Were you specifically involved in any polygraph examinations where you were sitting there kind of watching, observing, and sharing information in that context?
1.
Tell me who that was.
Tony Klein.
Where did that occur?
Peru.
And was this, give me some general time frame, pre-COVID, during COVID,
I'd have to look at the report to tell you.
a couple of years ago?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Was this around the same time that I believe it was Trooper Vito, excuse me, and there was a female officer that were kind of working the Keegan Klein angle?
2 separate investigations. The female worked it 2017, and then Vito picked it up in 2019? So it would have been after. Keegan Klein was polygraphed earlier in 2017. Tony wasn't polygraphed until later.
The only humor I've gotten out of this case in its truest sense is Keegan's first name. Do you know how he got that first name?
It's irrelevant.
But do you know?
Do you want me to answer it?
I'm just asking.
It's a waste and time and money and the taxpayers. But yeah, I know.
Okay, what?
Bro, what the fuck? Since when do you
Just
give a
answer the
fuck
fucking
about wasting
question.
taxpayer money?
Okay.
If you'd like me to answer it.
I didn't know if there's any truth to that.
I didn't know either.
It's kind of interesting.
It's weird.
What the hell is happening right now? It is weird.
We went off on this whole tangent just for Holeman not to tell him.
But there's obviously a reason, and Rosie already knows what the reason is. Does anybody know? I don't know if I've ever even thought about this, how Keegan got his name. Hey, who dis? You weren't notified till now. It's bullshit. Okay, so he knows it, and he says it's a waste of time and money and the taxpayers, but yeah, he knows it. So
And Rosie wants him to tell him, and then he doesn't.
Is he saying he wasted the taxpayers' time and money? Because he does know. And then I didn't know if there's any truth to that.
Is that what Keegan means? Waste and time and money and the taxpayers?
What? Okay, let me look up.
Just look up the name Keegan and see what it says. Is it Norse pagan?
This says it's a descendant of the fiery one, or a little fire.
Uh-oh. You know where he was going with that. Jerry didn't want to go there.
I'm looking to see if there's anything else.
Yikes.
It means little fire.
Yikes.
Yeah, descendant of the fiery one. And
Woof.
the fiery. So it's this, and he's the son. I'm not going to say his name correctly. The son of Aodhagen.
So that would be Tony,
A-O-D-H-A-N.
and that sounds really Norse pagan-y to me.
Yeah, son of Aodh. It's Irish, actually.
You think there's not Norse pagans in Ireland?
I have no idea. Aodh, which means fire, and then Keegan is descendant of the fiery one, or little fire.
So did Tony like the fire? Is that where one could head down? Is he named his kid after the son of, like, he named his kid the son of the fiery one, and then you have like these fires that keep popping up everywhere that keeps killing motherfuckers, like, oh, I don't know, poor little black children and almost their mother, and then the polygraph lady and her child, the one who did his polygraph, right?
Yeah, Stephanie Thompson. I'm reading the chat. Okay. Satan's crotch goblin.
I thought so too, Brett.
Always heavy set. He was not as heavy set in 2017, but yes, always heavy set. He just got heavier. I don't know
Yeah,
if that's what.
I'm not, I don't, first of all, I'm not saying that I think that Keegan went down there and killed the girls. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that I'm not going to hear, just like I'm not going to hear anybody tell me that Ron Logan was too old to go down there and do it. I'm not going to hear that Keegan was too fat in 2017 to get down the hill. I'm sorry.
I don't think he was too fat to get down the hill. I just think he was too fat to get out of there. I think he'd still be down there today. Okay, so Anna says it's pronounced keg, like Kagan Klein, like a keg of beer.
Yeah, I know, but I always say I think I say it like the mind shock person because that's how I hear it every time I read it.
Okay, so it starts with with him saying, Rosie says the only humor I've gotten out of this case in its truest sense is Keegan's first name. Do you know how he got that first name? And then he's like,
Holeman got defensive about it and didn't want to say it.
He wasn't thin in 2017. He was thinner. He was not thin. He was not a little dude.
He never had a normal BMI, but
no,
he definitely was not what he appeared to be when he was arrested.
Okay, so who just says there's the old Kagenstein, such a classy bar in Logan, and that's what he's named after. So named after the Kagenstein? It's a waste of time and money and taxpayers. I don't know how any of that makes sense. And then he said, I don't know if there's any truth to that. And then he says, I didn't know either. And he just says it's kind of interesting. Holeman says it's weird. Rosie says it is weird. So with the polygraph exams, that's the only one you participated in is the exam with Tony Klein. What a weird conversation. I don't even know how the hell we got to anywhere. Hi, Granny. I don't.
It's weird that after that little side
pagan crime,
that after that side quest where he's like, I'm not going to answer that, and he was like, I'd like you to answer that. He's like, I will if you want me to. It's a waste of taxpayers' money. He's like, yeah, but could you just do it anyway? And he's like, yeah, I could if you wanted me to, and then never does.
So it either has to do with this bar, which more people, because if you guys don't know me, like when I started following, or I should say I stopped following Delphi when everybody jumped on that the Keegan, like Keegan was the guy. I just did not think he was, and I did not go as far down that rabbit hole as many other people did. So there's a lot of things Keegan Klein wise that I don't have knowledge of, or I don't have like good memory of, because I just never really lived in that.
There's some problems with Keegan's whole everything, like him being.
Well, I know some of it. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. I can't repeat things because I can't tell you. Like, I don't know if they ever talk about why his name was Kagan.
Yeah, like no matter what, like even if he didn't do it, like there's some weird shit that is not explained. Like, why are you in Las Vegas right after the girls are killed and you're Googling how long DNA stays on a body?
Right. So, okay. So who did the polygraph of Tony Klein? Stephanie Thompson?
That won't feel great if that's the case. I wouldn't like that very much.
And this is a great point, Anna. Holeman believed polygraph should be used in court, but KK passed his polygraph. But Holeman still thinks that KK was involved with the homicides. That's Holeman logic right there. Okay, so okay, we'll get back to that later at some point. Where did I say? Where did I lose it? Oh, here it is. So that I observed partial. What was the result of that? So Tony,
he passed.
So was his passing that exam enough to convince you that he was not a part of this particular act or crime?
No. So basically, if you pass it, Holeman still thinks you're involved. If you refuse to take it, Holeman still thinks you're involved. And if you fail it, Holeman thinks you're involved.
Correct. Okay, so we'll get back to that later at some point. Are you aware of any other polygraph exams in which you, I'm going to say, were involved with, even if maybe you weren't physically there, that you participated in during the investigation? You watched them, you had meetings about them?
I mean, as a supervisory capacity, I was told about a lot and updated about a lot of polygraphs. So I'm aware there were multiple.
It's probably not that great of a question. Let me try and rephrase it. Did you watch any other exams, like actually sit down with popcorn, so to speak, and watch the videos
Videos?
of the exams themselves?
I've watched some videos of exams, yes.
Okay.
But I wasn't there for the exams.
Yeah, I understand that. Do you remember which ones that you watched in particular?
Keegan Klein's first polygraph in 2017. I think that's the only one I've watched. Others were just, they would just tell me about it.
Just getting reports?
Mm-hmm.
You're shaking your head yes?
Yes.
Okay, were there any times during this investigation where you had recommended seeking an arrest warrant for someone other than Richard Allen?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, what about any other law enforcement officials on your unified command or an extension of that?
No, I don't think we got to that point, no.
I think I covered kind of what's ongoing with you earlier.
Then McClellan jumps in and says, "You think this may be a good time to take a break?"
I'm getting ready to do that. I just wanted to make sure because I have other questions I wanted to ask. I just wanted to make sure I've got the basics covered here. So yeah, let's take a break. Okay, so this is where we're also going to take a break and we'll come back tomorrow and finish.
Will you put this on a post-it? Because I will not. So we're halfway down 42 on line 15.
Well, I'm just going to leave it. It's going to be on my computer, so I know.
Okay.
I'll know. Was this defense prior to was this depot prior to defense learning about Elvis?
So no.
No. So they had recently learned about Odinism back in around April. They were kind of getting some info about it. And then from April to August, they were kind of digging in to figure out the whole thing and what was in discovery about it.
Well, we got to tell her that Todd Click sent the thing. I think that was in May.
Right. So yeah. So that he was the chief of police in Rushville, a city nearby, and he sent a packet. Well, first he sent this packet to McClelland saying, "Hey, we investigated this group of people that we think we have more evidence on than you have on Richard Allen." McClelland doesn't even bother to respond to him. So then he ends up talking to the defense attorneys and saying, "Hey, we have this information from our investigation," which was Murphy, Click, and Ferenczi. You'll hear a lot about them. They had investigated the Odinism angle or Norse paganism angle. And so from April to August, they were really digging in and getting all of this information, and they were wanting to kind of figure out what law enforcement knew during these particular depositions that were happening in August. And then by September, they had put the entire Frank's memo together that was released on September 18th of 2023 that included all the Odinism and a lot of the information from these depositions. And that Frank's memo obviously highly focused on Norse paganism and Odinism as the reason for this crime. They did know about Click because Click contacted them because Nick never wanted to respond to him.
Mm-hmm.
So that they really were focused on Odinism side from April to August, and then obviously the Frank's memo, and then from then on. They confront Holeman towards the end of this depot with the Odin report. When Holeman is leaving, he's heard saying, "How the fuck did they get their hands on this?" And that's what he says to Murphy.
He says that to Click out, or says that to Murphy out in the hallway, who's waiting for his deposition.
Right. He's pissed about it.
So basically, going into this deposition, the defense knew more than what Holeman and McClelland thought they knew.
Right. Okay, so I've got to go and pick up a kid. We will be back mañana. We will do part 2 of Jerry Holeman.
Can we do way earlier?
Yes, we can do whatever time. We can probably do whatever time you want, actually.
Okay.
Let me just check the calendar. I'll catch up with you tomorrow about it, but I think we should be able to do earlier. I just have to make sure nobody has an appointment, which I'm wondering if they do. All right, everybody, thank you guys so much for being here with us for part 1 of Jerry Holeman's deposition. Thank you, Andy, for letting us have it and reading through it. I appreciate all of you guys. I know you guys have 1,000 other places that you can spend your time, and you intentionally choose to spend your time here with us, and I can't tell you how much I appreciate that. So love you guys. We will see you guys mañana. Go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one knows. We're going down. We're going Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown.